We had a gap. Awesome. A round of applause to everybody that was here in 2021 and 2022. And if you are here for the third one, can I see your hands up? And can I hear you shout, hey? I didn't hear that. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so welcome to the fourth one. And I will call on the convener of this conference, Mrs. Augusto. May I call on the... Thank you. She's going to say the opening prayer and then we kick off with the order of events. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, let me not talk yet. Let me just obey instructions and pray. Please, can we all rise up? Is it right? Our Father and our God, we thank you for this day. It's a day you've ordained, and all we can say is thank you. We thank you for journey mercies. We thank you for good weather. And we pray, Lord, that you help us to really understand what we are going to be taught today. Open our minds. Let us all increase. In Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, she said I can welcome you. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. I know many more people are still coming. I'm so excited. And like she said, we started this is the fourth one. The first was at Muzon, right? Who attended the first one? Okay. Second one, Muzon. Third was here last year. Okay. Thank you for supporting us. Mr. Leke, thank you so much. And I can see more principals here. Thank you so much. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to have general sessions in the mornings. Okay, let me just read the ground rules. We're going to have general sessions in the mornings. We'll have our guest speakers, and they'll talk to us about the importance of digital literacy. Then we'll have our lunch. Then we'll go into the classrooms. We prepare classrooms for everybody at the back. So we have classrooms for MCE. If you've taken your MCE, please can you just raise your hand? Okay. If you don't even know what MCE is, please let me see. What is MCE? Just raise your hand. What is MCE? Okay. If you are certified, can I see your hand? Okay. If you've taken the training and you are not certified, maybe something happened, you will take it for free today. We have a testing room at the back. Okay? Don't tell me I didn't warn you. You should have prepared. Well, you have a chance to retake it today. Then we have IC3 digital literacy. We have Python, HTML, artificial intelligence. We have the classes behind. So in the afternoon after lunch, you go to the various classes. We have teachers ready to teach you and facilitate to tell you how to even continue online training when you get back to your schools. So we're all going to have fun. So if you're ready to learn, just stay with us. So I think I've said enough. Let me not take your time. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Mrs. Augusto. Thank you for the passion with which you do this. Thank you so, so much. I must acknowledge some people in our midst. I will introduce them properly at the appropriate time, but I must acknowledge Mr. Fola Adeola, OFR. He's been here. Can we welcome him very warmly, please? Thank you. Morning, sir. Mrs. Joket Chukuma, she arrived early as well. Thank you very much. Ms. Folawe Omekunle, thank you very much. Mr. Leke Amao, thank you so much for coming early. Thank you. And our team from Ogun State, I will introduce you properly, but we have our PS here. Thank you so much for being here, madam. We also have a special advisor to the governor on education. Thank you for being here. And we have a special assistant to the governor here. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we're going to move on quickly to the chairman's speech, but before his welcome address. But before I call him up, I must tell you a bit about our chairman. I'm sure he's rolling his eyes. That's why I'm not looking at him right now. But, we must always give honor to whom honor is due. I will tell you a bit about him. He's a businessman, a banker, a philanthropist renowned for building institutions that drive economic growth. I believe he deserves a round of applause for that. He's not doing it for only his pockets. He's the co-founder and pioneer managing director of Guarantee Trust Bank. From 1990 to 2002, he led GTBank to become one of Nigeria's most successful and innovative banks, setting new standards in customer service and banking technology. And we're here for technology anyway. He is a chartered accountant. He served as the first chairman of the National Pension Commission and authorized the Pension Reform Bill, a landmark reform that reshaped retirement savings in Nigeria. That means you and I are going to benefit from that work that he did. He is the founder and chairman of Faith Foundation, which empowers Nigerian youth through entrepreneurship. In recognition of his contributions to nation building, he was conferred with the national honor of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR. Mr. Adeola remains committed to financial reform, economic development, and institution building for lasting impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome very, very warmly Mr. Fola Adeola as he gives his opening remarks. Keep it going, keep it going.
Please sit down, please sit down. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a short speech. I want to start with a picture. A teacher walks into a classroom today. On the desks, laptops, or maybe tablets, as the teacher's desk. In students' pockets, phones more powerful than the computers that sent astronauts to the moon. Behind the scenes, learning apps, online grading systems, video lessons, AI tools that can write an essay in 10 seconds. Now, here is the question. I want us to sit with this. Here's the question I want us to sit with this morning. What happens when the person standing in the front of that room, the teacher, doesn't know how to use any of this? And honestly, this is not hypothetical. That's the reality in classrooms right now. As basic as whiteboards, teachers don't know how to use them. All over the world. Don't feel inferior that it's only here. And it's why digital knowledge for teachers isn't a nice to have anymore. It's the foundation everything else stands on. I sketched this note without having had a word with Edna Augusto. So when she was taking me around, it was like, as my Pentecostalists would say, the Holy Spirit talked to me last night that this is what I should say today. The world already changed. We didn't choose this shift. It happened to us. In the space of one generation, learning went from chalkboards and textbooks to screens and search engines. Students today research a topic on their phones before a teacher finishes writing the question on the board. They learn education has to meet students where they are And right now, students have become digital. If teachers aren't digital, we are not teaching in the same century as our students. We are teaching in a different one. 3 reasons why this matters. Number 1, credibility. A teacher who can navigate the tools their students use every day loses authority in subtle but real ways. Not because students judge harshly, but because the teacher becomes less able to guide, correct, or even understand when students are what students are doing. You can't mentor someone through a world you've never entered. The second reason, opportunity. Digital knowledge isn't just about survival, it's about advantage. A teacher who understands digital tools can personalize learning for a struggling student. Pull in a global expert through a video call. Turn a boring topic into an interactive simulation. Or spot plagiarism. A student thought. The third one, equity. Here is something we don't say enough. Digital knowledge amongst teachers is a social justice issue. Not every student has. For many, the teacher is the only person who can close that digital divide. A teacher's digital literacy can be the difference between a child who thrives in this world, this new world, and one who is left behind by it. And this is what it looks like in practice. Digital knowledge for a teacher doesn't mean becoming a computer scientist. Not at all. It means, 1, knowing how to use the platforms their school already has without fear or intimidation. Number 2, understanding how to evaluate a source online so they can teach students to do the same. Number 3, knowing enough about AI tools to guide students in using them honestly and well, instead of banning them out of fear. Number 4, feeling confident. That is the teacher now. Feeling confident enough to keep learning because the tools will keep changing. The last point matters most. We are not asking teachers to master today's technology. We're asking them to build the habit of never stopping, because tomorrow's technology will look different again. And then I try to examine the cost of standing still. If we don't invest in this, the cost is real. Teachers burn out trying to keep up. Lessons fall behind the world students actually live in. And the trust between teacher and student, the very thing that makes learning possible, starts to erode because the teacher no longer feels like a guide through the modern world, but a relic of an older one. My suggested path forward. The good news, this is entirely solvable. It doesn't require every teacher to become an expert overnight. It requires 3 things. 1, training that is ongoing, not a one-time workshop. Number 2, support. So no teacher has to figure this out alone. And lastly, courage. The willingness on the part of the teacher to say, I don't know this yet. And learn anyway in front of the very students we are trying to inspire. Because that's the real reason here. When a teacher models curiosity, adaptability, and the courage to learn something new, that itself becomes the lesson more powerful than any single app or platform. We are not just teaching subjects anymore. We are teaching how to keep learning in a world that never stops changing. And we can only teach that keeping learning if we are willing to live it. So, in closing, let's not think of digital knowledge as a technical skill sitting off to the side of real teaching. No. It is the real teaching now. That's where we are. It's how we stay relevant to our students, how we reach the ones who need us most, and how we prepare them. Not for the world we grew up in, but for the one they'll actually inherit, if they haven't already inherited it. The classroom of today needs teachers who aren't just experts in their subject, but guides through the digital world their students already live in. That is the importance of digital knowledge for teachers in modern education. Not optional, not someday. It is now. Thank you very much.
No, you cannot, sir. We have an assignment for you, sir. Thank you so much. Impactful, simple and impactful as always. Thank you so much, sir. So we have an assignment, as I said. We have a raffle draw to give out this. So teachers, may I ask, or educators in the room, if you dropped your raffle ticket, start praying now. Start praying. You know, Mr. Adeola said Holy Spirit spoke to him. So you can tell the Holy Spirit to speak to him yet again. So.
Oh, okay. We're going to give out 10 laptops.
And we're starting with this. Do you mind stepping out, sir? Please let's step out. Please step out so we can see that there is no magma, nothing hidden.
Olushola, Adebola, Akindayomi. Oh, wow.
You want to say anything?
Do you know how to use it? You are sure? Do you have certification? I have a couple of people there who said they are ready to buy it from you. You don't want to sell it. Why? Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Lagos Progressive Senior Secondary School.
Where is that?
Lagos Progressive Senior Secondary School, Surulere.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Okay. That's it. Okay. So we're done for this. Okay. So I'm done.
So thank you so much. Thank you. Nobody can say it.
Thank you.
Another round of applause to Mr. Adeola. Always simple, always impactful. Thank you so much, sir. Two things he said that stood out. He said, what happens when the person standing in front of the room doesn't know how to use technology? And the first question he asked the young lady was, do you know how to use this? So I'm asking you the same question. Do you know how to use a computer? And the second and most profound for me, you cannot mentor anyone through a world you do not know. It's impossible. So ladies and gentlemen, there are educators in the room. their school leaders. It's so important that I'm just going to acknowledge some people in our midst. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Adebisi Laiwola, Principal, Dowen College, Lagos. Thank you for being here. Mr. Oluwagbemileke Amao, Principal, Corona Day Secondary School. Mrs. Oluwatosin M. Oloko, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Ogun State. She's gone in to bring her boss in. Dr. Kiadeshe Lukman, Special Advisor on Education to the Ogun State Governor. Honorable Idowu Daniel, Special Assistant on Education to the Ogun State Governor. You're very welcome, sir. And to the entire Ogun State team, you know, when big people move around, they move out with a crowd. I acknowledge each and every one of you. We appreciate the fact that you are here. All our teachers from Ogun State, where are you? Let me see you wave your hands. Thank you so much for being here. Teach for Nigeria fellows. There are at least 10 staff, Teach for Nigeria staff here. Where are you? Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. A few more heads of schools from Straight Gate School. We have 5 of them. Fantastic. Allow Caroline, where are you? Thank you for being here. Historia Justina, thank you. Ugochi Madubuike, thank you for being here. Gbemisola Modi, thank you for being here. Boluwatife Adeleke, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome very, very warmly the Commissioner for Education, Ogun State, Professor Arigbabu, as he steps in. Thank you. You may please be seated. Thank you very much. I must say that when I asked Mrs. Augusto, and she said to me, the commissioner is on his way, I was a bit worried. But I'm not surprised that he's here because he's from the Gateway State. We know what that is. Ogun State is the gateway. And we Ogun State people, we do things on time. So ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. I know Mr. Adeola is looking at me and wondering, yes, I'm a daughter of the soil, but I have become a Lagosian by virtue of my taxes. So they can't drive me out of this state. No, they can't drive me. I pay my taxes. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to introduce, we're going to move straight into the fireside chat with our commissioner. And to anchor this segment, I'm going to introduce a wonderful person. She's a development consultant, a systems leader focused on education across Africa. She is a social entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience. She's the founding CEO of Teach for Nigeria, where she scaled a movement impacting over 600,000 students and served in 2025 as a pioneer ambassador for Teach for All in Africa. Today, she advises philanthropists on building foundations for systematic impact. She co-founded Greenstone Education Fund and Kowa Learning Hub. A Tutu Fellow, Fola serves on the boards of Global School Leaders and the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome very warmly Ms. Folawe Omikunle.
Thank you very much. Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for that very warm welcome. Good morning, educators. Good morning, teachers, friends, partners, and big congratulations, Mrs. Augusto, for the 4th conference that you're having, and to the entire team that has made this possible. Well done. It is my distinct honor to introduce Professor Abayomi Arigbabu, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science, and Technology, Ogun State. And I would like to read his citation because I think it's very important for the conversation that we're about to have. Professor Arigbabu is an academic, an administrator, and above all, a passionate advocate for the future of education in Nigeria. Since assuming office, he has led with a clear vision that no child in Ogun State should be left behind in the digital revolution. Under his leadership, the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology has made bold strides in driving digital literacy across the state. Through strategic teacher training programs, integration of ICT in teaching and learning, and partnerships with education stakeholders, Professor Arigbabu has ensured that our classrooms are evolving from chalk to click. Let me highlight some key achievements that he's led in Ogun State. The implementation of these strategic interventions have yielded significant outcomes, such as training of 4,750 teachers under the IC3 and 149 Microsoft Certified Educator Program. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. Capacity building for 1,850 STEM teachers under the Progressive Science Initiative, Progressive Mathematics Initiative. Successful deployment of the Ogun Learn Digital Learning Initiative across public schools. Training of over 1,000 teachers under the Experience AI program through strategic partnerships with leading global technology organizations. Expansion of robotics, coding, and artificial intelligence education for teachers and learners. Establishment of education resource centers across the 4 educational blocks. Strengthening of ICT infrastructure through the provision of laptops, smart television sets, solar power generators, and digital instructional resources. Promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship through the Buildathon Innovation Program and STEM competition. And because of his commitment, thousands of teachers today in Ogun State are gaining the skills that they need to compete globally. Ogun State is no longer just keeping up. Ogun State is leading. And may I share, actually, that, when I heard the news that Ogun State emerged as the first state in Nigeria that has the highest number of digitally certified teachers across Nigeria, I was not surprised. Yes, please. Because you can see that so much work, has gone into that. So please join me this morning to welcome Professor Arigbabu to join us on stage, to join me on stage. Keep it going. Please keep clapping. We're also reconnecting on this stage after about 2 years of not seeing. So I'm really delighted to be moderating. You can have your seat, please. I'm really delighted to be moderating this panel, and particularly on this note. So congratulations again, once again. It's such a privilege to be sitting with you and really to be engaging in this conversation, trying to learn from your experience, your journey on how you have led from policy to practice in deploying ICT for learning in Ogun State. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the vision behind the push, the challenges on ground that you must have encountered, and then also the drivers and enablers of success and the roadmap ahead. It'll be good to understand what the plans for continuity succession is. So our goal today is to learn not just what you did, but how you did it. And I think that is particularly important because we have 35 other states in Nigeria, that can learn from what Ogun State has done, that can adapt educators, schools that can all learn from what Ogun State has done. So to kick us off, I'm going to really just, ask you what key insight led you to prioritize digital literacy and ICT integration as a core pillar of education reform in Ogun State. What problem were you trying to solve first?
Thank you very much, Fola, and it's a great pleasure to see you again today after such a long time. Let me first of all appreciate Ms. Edna Augusto for inviting me here today. We actually, it was by chance that actually we met maybe about 3 years ago. And since then, it has been a very wonderful experience. And I want to thank Mr. Fola Adeola. We spoke before around things like this. Thank you, sir, for what you do, what you continue to do in Nigeria and in the education sector in particular. Well, I think I'll just go a bit down memory lane to tell you one of the reasons why I believe that there is this need to ensure that our classrooms are actually digitally powered, our teachers are digitally savvy, and so that we can produce learners that can actually compete favorably with other learners all over the world, so that they are not left behind in this space. Over 20 years ago, I started as a lecturer in the university, and I was made the first director of ICT in that university. I'm talking about now Taishularin Federal University of Technology. That university, we started on a digital note. We were not thinking of having a university that would be run through papers, through the traditional analog ways of doing things. And because we needed to actually show that difference early enough, we decided to transform all our processes through technology. So it was a lot of challenge as the first director of ICT in a university where you have a lot of teachers, a lot of lecturers, and students that were not digitally literate. We had to embark on a lot of digital literacy programs, we call it computer appreciation at that time. And internet was a big deal at that time. And we had to start with, that was the time you've seen people installing dishes. You still remember those? And then we needed to, do a lot of things just to make things work. I remember how many times I had to sleep at, I didn't even have a laptop as director of ICT. I was using a desktop. So, and I was using one internet cafe somewhere in town. When the guy saw what I was doing, the guy said I can come and be using his, what they call the server room. So, what I'm trying to say is that despite the challenges, despite the fact that the tools were not there, we still managed to drive that technology. This morning, on Monday, I think I was in Ijebu on Monday, I saw my old house and I saw one small equipment we installed at that time, which was giving me internet from the university, which was, the university was about 25 minutes to my house, maybe, because it was, it's Ijebu, so it's not really far when you look at it. That's about 15 kilometers to my house. So we had to maybe transmit internet from the university to my house so that I would be able to do things. So, I'm saying this because most people would think I will only be able to do things when everything is available. Yeah, you can actually overcome a lot of challenges and still get things done. So we were able to transform everything in the university into, digitally. And I remember that we assembled all the desktops that were in the university at that time, about 10 of them in the whole university, assembled it in my office, and we started converting the existing materials into electronic ones. And we continued, making sure that all our processes were digitized. And then students also started all sorts of large examinations. We converted them into computer-based classes, because when you have about 3,000, 4,000 students, apart from the challenge of teaching that large number, when lecturers now mark, they take about 1 month, 2 months, the results will not be ready. So we started working towards having CBT and so on. So fast forward today, that university, I'm able to say, is one of the universities that has gone very, very far in ICT integration into everything they do, including the administration. With that type of background, when I became vice chancellor, eventually I became the vice chancellor of that university, but it means it was actually something that I said, this is actually one opportunity that I will not allow to actually elude me. So all the things I've done in the past, and some of the people I've also mentored, were able to support, and we continue to grow the university in the area of technology. I established what we call the TTI Hub. That is the TASUD Technology Incubation Hub. TASUD is the acronym for Tertiary University of Education. TASUD Technology Incubation Hub. I actually got that inspiration from the CC Hub. And Bosunti Gianni at that time, sometimes in 2018, just 1 week after I became the vice chancellor, was in Nigeria with some guys. He wasn't based in Nigeria then. He was in Nigeria with some guys. And then that one, we had some discussions, and that made us to set up that TTI Hub. And the intention was to provide opportunity for young people with ideas. All these young people, they have ideas. They're not thinking about all these problems we are talking about. So they will come into the TTI Hub, and they will be able to bring solutions into a lot of problems. A lot of solutions were developed for the university. Some of them were also used in some other institutions. And that's so. By the time I was hijacked, I would say I was hijacked because I wasn't allowed to finish my tenure as vice chancellor after about 2 years, 10 months. So the Ogun State government actually got a wind of what I was doing, and I was invited. But though I turned it down so many times, until the governor himself invited me, and we sat together, and I told him what I was doing, that I would like to actually make that university a model for other universities. So, and I said, particularly in the area of technology, he said, you should come here and do it for us. So, and that was how we started. And for me, I believe that one of the problems we have in this country, the bane of this society, is lack of data. And I always have issues when they say, you have so number of out-of-school children, you have so number of this, you have so number, all these numbers. I say, where do they get these numbers from? And I know that when people talk, they actually talk probably based on where they are coming from. Some will give you figures because probably they will need funding from somewhere. So to attract that funding, they give the impression that this is the situation you have. A situation whereby we are not able to tell our stories. And I said, even if this will be the only achievement in this administration, I will make sure I introduce technology into the education sector. I make sure I have accurate data in the education sector. And I make bold to say that it's not my own assessment. The Federal Minister of Education actually acknowledged this. About a month ago, he asked me to stand up for recognition on a live television program. Because what we have done, what we started 5 years ago, talking about introducing learner identification number, and also the digital platform for education revitalization, which we introduced, which we used to drive the entire education sector in Ogun State, became a sort of model for them. And in fact, they invited my team to come and make presentation when the minister just got in there newly. And they were almost going to adopt our platform. Eventually, they got a platform which they actually modeled after ours. And that platform today, with that platform, we are doing a lot of things. We know how many learners are in our schools, females, males, in the local government. Students get their report sheet online. Like I tell people, in those days when we were small, when you see that you have failed, You tell your parents when you get home that my mom will pass enrollment card. You know, that was so that one is not possible again in Ogun State because that card, the report sheet, is actually available and the parents can access it from anywhere they are in the world. So we use it for admission process, for placement of learners, for transfer of learners. You don't transfer learners from it, and it's impossible for all these miracle centers to really operate successfully in Ogun State. Last year alone, we were able to block over 40,000 illegal candidates from writing WAEC. And that got to the attention of the Federal Minister of Education. And that's one of the reasons why they are also vehement. The minister is so vehement about it. And he even advised all states of the Federation to move onto the platform that the federal government, the Federal Ministry of Education has developed. But he said, well, Ogun State can continue with their platform. So all other states except Ogun State should move onto this platform. So, I mean, so the vision, why did I go into it? You have told you why. And I believe that even this country, today, if I ask you what's the population of Nigeria, you tell me 220 million. Who told you? How did we get it? Even the census of 2006, 20 years ago, people contested. Lagos State, they said Lagos State was 9 million. Lagos State, we are not 9 million. That we are actually 18 million or something like that, up to today. So if you don't tell your story, people will help you to tell that story and they will tell it the way they want it to be told. So for me, I think if we want to get it right in Nigeria, we need to do it. And I told the minister before this, when he became Minister of Education, I sent him a text message that, Honorable Minister, the issue of data is very, very important in Nigeria and particularly in the education sector. Please, if this is the only thing you will achieve, make data issue a priority. That one did not respond. But one of the credit I gave to Dr. Alausa is that I sent that message to him when he became minister. He responded immediately. And he made it a point of duty to follow that up. And today, that is a minister that has taken that issue as a matter of life and life, let me say it that way. And that is actually going to help us. Because when you don't know how many learners you have, how do you plan for them? Yeah. How do you put in place what you need in terms of infrastructure and so many other things that are in the education sector?
Thank you so very much for setting that context, but also particularly for also like just taking us back. It didn't all just start from the ministry. You started this journey as far back as when you were at the university, 2005, to where you then became vice chancellor, and so you've carried this vision even when there were no resources around and there were so many challenges, but you stayed with it. I personally have firsthand experienced what you're talking about with regards to data. I remember one day sitting in your office and you were sharing with me the dashboard that had all the schools in Ogun State mapped out, all the classrooms, the furniture, the ones that had furniture, the one that didn't, the gender balance and gender share. And we were talking and you were saying, someone comes and they'll say, oh, they're not, girls are not in school. But look at the data. It's like almost 50-50 here. It's this. And it was just so fascinating watching you share this. I remember you even took it a step further and invited the digital units working on that to present to myself and my team, because we also at the time were looking for such a platform, to capture the data in our different classrooms. So, I've experienced your work. I know all the things you're talking about. But one of the things that I'm curious to hear, and I'm sure the audience here too would like to know, is that how did you get from that to ensuring that the ministry came on board, to ensuring that parents, teachers, students, all, because for me, like data is also garbage in, garbage out. So if you're not putting the accurate data in, if you're not, like how were you able to rally everyone to play their role in making your digital revolution possible in Ogun State?
Thank you very much. Like I told you, probably at times things that looks like challenges to you, you should actually turn them to opportunities. Because of what I experienced in the past, trying to bring in technology in an area or in a space where a lot of people surrounding me were not tech savvy. So when I got in there, I had the experience of how to actually bring people to have buy-in into what you are doing. So, and I wouldn't want to deceive myself to believe that it would be very easy. So when I got in, I looked at it at how do we start? Yeah, we brought the idea of the technology. I had interactions with my directors, my permanent secretary, my directors, our education officers. I also started interacting with principals, head teachers, heads of schools, and school owners. And I'll tell you, particularly from the school owners, that is the private schools, it was a big challenge. It was a big challenge. In fact, I know some of my colleagues, commissioners, they still ask me up to now that, how did you get around this issue of private schools to get them on board? You know, we introduced the platform to them. They actually said a lot of things. They castigated me. They said all sorts of things that were not even true. I was trying to force them to do something. I want to collect money. I want, also, well, it was in the press. But I was not deterred. We just went on, and I engaged them. I called all school owners in Ogun State. I called them for a meeting at one of our schools, Lishabi Grammar School. We held the meeting, we spoke, I explained to them, I tried to get them to have a buy-in. After about 4 hours, somebody stood up again and said, as far as they are concerned, they were not ready for this thing. And even if they will be ready at all, maybe in another 2 years, maybe in another. So I became frustrated. I said, after 4 hours, that's apart from the interactions I've been having with people, in ones, in twos. Then I stood up, I took the mic. I said, ladies and gentlemen, when you get to the train station and it's time for the train to move, that this train has moved and that you will struggle to jump into the train wherever you say the train. That you can stop this train again, it's not possible. This is a government policy, and for me, I know this is the way to go, and we have. So then they said, no, you're annoyed. No, I'm not annoyed. I'm just explaining to you that this is not, I have tried to make you understand what we're saying. That's for the private schools. For education officers and so on, people will probably have some reservations. Some will not follow you. I remember I always do something when I get into a new office. After 1 year, I'll do a sort of evaluation. I'll tell all my staff to write. They should not let me know. They should not put their identity and so on. They just write something about me, about my administration, about what I have done and what they feel we should be doing, what we are doing. That they should not even bother to talk about the things we are doing right. I'm more interested in things that we're not doing right. And I remember there is one that I saved on my phone. One of them wrote, said, the Honorable Commissioner, very humble man, easy going. He will even be the first to greet you when he sees you and so on. Said, but the only thing is that he doesn't seem to care about our welfare because of his ICT stuff. That was how most of the things, areas that we use to augment salaries, he has blocked those areas. So I said, okay. Because transfer form, for instance, to transfer learners from one school to the other. I didn't even know that we had so many people applying for transfer form. We'll sell transfer forms and maybe we just sell a few thousand. When we introduced the platform, we were selling 20,000, 15,000 and so on. So probably, maybe people they had a way of doing it before. Maybe they have their own that they print, I don't know. So many. But I called, after all, I called and I let people realize that it's not about blocking you from about not wanting to take care of your welfare. It's about doing things the right way. Even when you do it the right way, there will be a way you will be compensated. One of the things I've done in my ministry, which no other ministry in Nigeria is doing, is that we produce the optical mark recognition sheets that our learners use to write exams from the Ministry of Education. We are the only Ministry of Education doing that in Nigeria. But my staff that will do it, they sleep in the ministry for about, at times, for almost 1 month. We bought all the necessary equipment and they will produce all this. And they are personalized. As the OMR sheet is getting to the learner in the MECO, his name is there, the LIN, that is learner, the number is there, personalized to that learner. So, and this staff that will produce it, I made sure they are compensated, worked out a compensation plan. So I told them, if you do things the way it should be done, there will be a way instead of you trying to get money through illegal ways, there is a way we can use technology to improve things. And then I'll write to the governor and say, well, some people did this and I want them compensated. Now they are happier. And there are so many other things that we have done like that, which he later realized that, and that made them to be more committed to it. We introduced, to make this thing work in all our schools, we introduced what we call SPAs. SPAs are school portal administrators. The school portal administrators are like the points men in each of these schools that will be like the champion, the one that can actually push others through. So helping to drive whatever initiative we bring. So they are the ones managing the portal in the schools and then training others. So that one made it possible for us to actually make a lot of mileage. For instance, on Ogun Learn, which is #1 AI-powered teaching and learning platform that Ogun State pioneered. And it is still, it's not me.
I'm going to stop you for a minute.
Okay.
A second. I've just been told we have about 7 minutes left, maybe 5 minutes now. And I really want to ask you 2 more questions before we conclude. While Mr. Fola Adeola was giving his speech this morning, he said something about the teachers. He said something about the classroom of today. And he said the classroom of today needs teachers who are not only experts in their subject, but who are digital experts. And I feel like we've talked about the human resource at the ministry and policy level, and I want us to get into the teachers in the classroom. Can you share a bit about the strategies that you used to train, to motivate, and to support the teachers, who have been able to transition to the use of this digital age, and what worked, what didn't? And keep it short because I have one more question, I want to take perhaps one question or comment from the audience.
Thank you very much. Most of our teachers today now, you see them going around with laptops, with tabs, even their phones. They do a lot of things on their phones. The digital platform we introduced, which we call DECE, mainly for data and data analytics and so on and so forth, and infrastructure. But when we introduced Ogun Learn is the AI-powered teaching and learning platform that we introduced. The eventual aim is that our teachers should get into the classroom without chalk or marker pen or anything, and the students should also come without exercise book, no textbook, and the teachers will teach them. All you have in the classroom should be laptops for students, and you have interactive boards for teachers. And then we deployed Ogun Learn. We are already using Ogun Learn. With that, our learners, even when they are at home, they can also continue to use this resource, and then our teachers also. So, but to make teachers get better insight into what we're doing, we organize regular trainings for them. You can go to Ogun Edu Matters on Facebook and some other platforms. You see some of the things our teachers are doing. Every day they are training themselves. So we actually put in place what we call Ogun Learn ambassadors. Those ambassadors are teachers that we started with about 11 of them. So they were the champions, then training others. Today we have about 110 Ogun Learn ambassadors, and the number is growing every day. So they continue to train. In fact, really we have more than that, but the ones that we actually call the ambassadors, because we give them stipend, we pay them something to just encourage them for data. You see them saying, today we are going to Imeko. You see them in cars and go. So we were forced to say, okay, we have to be paying these people something to encourage them and to support them because they are spending money. So the thing now made it more popular. More and more teachers are getting onto it. Now our teachers don't write lesson notes in Ogun State. They don't write lesson notes in Ogun State. Our teachers, we are the first state in the federation to have introduced that, because once you go to Ogun Learn, the approved curriculum in Nigeria is available on Ogun Learn.
Why are we disputing this? Are we agreeing?
And apart from that, from the curriculum, they generate the scheme of work. If we have time, if I had known, I would have requested maybe for 1 hour to make presentation. I will not be the one to do it. We'll call one of our teachers to do it for you. So the scheme of work will come, and then from the scheme of work, then you have the lesson note. And this thing is also AI powered. And it has also ensured equity. A learner in Abeokuta Grammar School, one of our flagship schools in the state capital, will have access to exactly the same materials that the learner in Imeko or in Waterside, or the teacher in Imeko or Waterside will have access to, bringing about equity in education. So it will no longer be because of lack of adequate material. It will now depend on how you are able to interact with this particular platform to do that. And our teachers are every day now, in fact, it's like a competition. So you should not be surprised when our teacher, and I'm happy that you are also associated with that teacher, because what you did, yes, with Teach for Nigeria, some of those teachers that are doing very well were also those who passed through Teach for Nigeria. So, and I'm very proud and happy that I partnered, and Ogun State is your number one partner.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we encourage you, and then we actually make sure things happen.
State, Ogun
Yes.
State.
So these teachers are doing wonders.
Yes.
And they are training others. They are winning souls for technology.
Yes, thank you so much. I think it's also important to actually note that even, was it this year or last year? It was your teacher that emerged the best teacher
The guy
in Nigeria.
got 25 million naira for being the best teacher in Southwest Nigeria. That's a teacher that we have actually given award in Ogun State. He went to national and was given a brand new electric car.
Wow.
As the best teacher. Went again for another competition. He was given 25 million for being the best teacher in Southwest Nigeria. And he was now given 50 million for being the best teacher in Nigeria. And Governor of Kebbi State gave him 5 million naira, making 80 million naira.
Wow.
And Governor Zulum of Borno State gave him a brand new Toyota Corolla car. So that teacher has 2 brand new cars, 80 million naira in his kitty. I don't know if Francis is here.
Wow.
Whether I follow them here.
But that is a testament to your leadership and the work that you enabled in Ogun
He's also
State.
one of the Ogun Land ambassadors.
Wow, amazing. I'm sure the audience is burning. I'm just going to take one question because we have 2 minutes to go. So, okay, the lady in pink, I saw her hand first, so we're just going to give her the mic. Please briefly introduce yourself and straight to your question. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Bankole Felicia Olayinka from Ikorodu, Agbede Senior Grammar School. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Education. We appreciate the work you are doing. I would like to, Commissioner, sorry, please. Commissioner, sorry, please. Commissioner Ogun State, I'm really sorry. I have a question. My question is this. How were you able to capture riverine areas, those places without electricity? Because I believe electricity and digitization go hand in hand. How were you able to do it? And then secondly, sorry, please. For example, where I teach, we have the problem of space. We have the problem of electricity, unstable power supply. And then we have banned students from bringing their phones to the school to call pornography. So how are we able to help? How are we going to help them integrate digitalization in our classrooms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fola actually read it when she was talking about some of the things we have done in Ogun State. We distributed 238 solar-powered, we had solar-powered electricity supply, and then we gave laptops and smart televisions. The essence of that is to take care of areas where there are no electricity, and even where we have. Tell me, many of our schools in Nigeria, you get there, it's like, I'm talking about the public schools. It's like they just make provision for electricity. There won't be any electricity. So we know that. And I said we wouldn't want a situation whereby we encourage them to go and be buying fuel to use generator. They will actually be discouraged because of the cost. And we didn't even know that the cost of fuel will go up like this when we started. So we just said, let's use solar panels. But we didn't actually invest on the very expensive one. The one we use is just like this. It's just like the size of a car battery, just like the size of a car battery or maybe a trailer battery, and then that will generate enough power to electricity to power your television and power the laptop. So whether you are in the rural area or you are in the urban center, if you go to us, I'm telling you, if you want, you can go. 238 schools, we have powered that. Ogun State has 530. We have 520 secondary schools. We have powered 238.
Wow.
And we are going to power the remaining. So it's not a matter of lack of electricity. So, because of the type of challenges I faced when I started, I thought of that when I was bringing this up, that people should not be discouraged because of lack of power. Even the trouble of having to go and put on a generator is enough to discourage you. So this one, you just get in there, put it on, and there will be sunlight. And when we talk of sunlight, it's not even real sunlight. Once there is brightness, that thing starts charging. And that's how they have been able to power it. Some of the teachers are here, they can actually tell you about their experiences. You get there, you see. And one thing I'm proud about is that I'm not talking of smart classrooms where you get in and everything is set. Yeah. I'm talking of smart classroom that you get into a rural setting, you see the way the classroom is, and yet you see technology working in that type of environment. I'm very proud of that.
Prof,
that is what we have done in Ogun State.
Prof, we all are proud of you. I can tell you for sure, because it's not every time that you get this example of leadership in Nigerian government. So we're very, very proud of you. And my final question to you really is, for a state that is looking to adapt and replicate what you have done in Ogun State, what is your advice in 1 minute?
Good. Well, I think from what I've said, you should have been able to take cue from it. But notwithstanding, I will say that it is not even the state starting that is most important. How do we sustain? Maybe that's the question you should ask me. How do you sustain? That has been the question on the lips of everybody, that, Honorable Commissioner, you have done very well. When you leave, I'll be leaving next year. What will happen? Yes. That's one of the reasons why we put in place ambassadors. Right. Learning ambassadors, we have SPAs and so on. And we do, in the Ministry of Education in Ogun State, we do training every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks on technology, on use of all those platforms. So education officers are doing it, teachers and so on, we do for them. They organize at their own time. Now, for states aspiring or which hoping to have this type of thing, I've told you the story. First of all, you have that determination and that commitment, and the zeal must be there. Don't allow anything to deter you. Just have the belief that you can do it. Try and encourage those who say it will not be possible. I've told you, the first thing they will say, there is no power, there is no electricity, how are we going to do it? I've told you what we did to do that. And another thing I should mention here is that, fortunately for me, when I got into the saddle, there was a project, they call it Ogun State Economic Transformation Project. That project, is a World Bank project. There were certain things on that project. I had to change certain things on that project for me to achieve what I want to achieve. So that one also helped me a bit to actually achieve, particularly the area of powering all these schools, because it was those cheap, but when you have to power as many as 238 schools, it's not a joke when you look at the cost, but you have to start from somewhere. And I want to thank Teach for Nigeria, because also there was this Starlink that was provided for some of our schools, and they are using it to also power what they do in terms of internet. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So very much. We can go on and on, because for me, this has been such an inspiring, insightful, and just encouraging conversation. And I'm so, so honored and privileged to have had this with you. I want to say a big thank you on behalf of ReadManna, on behalf of Mrs. Augusto, the partners of this conference, to you for just sharing your knowledge, your experience, sharing your pride with us this morning, sharing all your lessons. And to our incredible audience, thank you so much for your audience and for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I? Oh, no. As always. So one assignment for you, sir. We have laptops. Please sit down. Thank you very much. So we have some raffle tickets in here. Teachers, once again, educators in the house, education leaders, please I will. Please start praying now. So start praying now. All right. Ask her who she prayed to. That's a Bola Joko, I believe. Ask her who she prayed to. So Prof has dipped his hand in. Intensify. It's over.
Well, I hope this will go to a teacher in Ogun State. Karim Taufikat Olajumoke. Are you from Ogun State?
It's a ladies' day, isn't it?
Yes, I said, actually, I think it is good to encourage other states. So we have already distributed laptops to our teachers. Some of the ones that we trained on PSI, PMI, we have distributed 850 laptops. We're still going on with that. So you are from which state? Lagos State. Normally, Lagos State is always coming. You know, Lagos State has no other neighbor except Ogun State. It's the only one. The other one is Atlantic Ocean.
Thank you very much, sir. Please do not go yet. Fola, please don't leave. Thank you. I'd like to invite the chairman of the occasion to please join us, Mr. Fola Adeola, OFR. Please join us.
Honorable Commissioner, on behalf of ReadManna, on behalf of the many teachers in Ogun State and the many students that have benefited by us having you as an impactful, what was the word you used? Impactful Commissioner for Education. I'm pleased to present you with this. It's more than money. It's slightly worth more than 80 million and 2 cars. But thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do, and we appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think we should just do a group photo. Folawe, please join. Please hold on whilst we do this. We have someone I must invite very quickly, Alaja Olayinka Ali Owe Arigbabu. Please join us, madam. You know, beside every successful man, you will have a strong, focused, powerful woman. Very welcome, madam. Thank you so much for the support you give, Oga. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. Thank you once again, Prof. Thank you. And thank you, Chairman. There's someone else we're going to give an award. I will call on the convener of this conference and the founder of ReadManna to share details. But one thing I will say about the lady who's coming up to receive this award is that she is 100% committed to quality education. And to achieve that, her style is very simple. She builds up her leaders, who in turn build up the educators, and you can imagine what happens in the classroom. And all this they do with a lot of technology. So I'm going to call on Mrs. Edna Augusto to tell us more about this award that is going to Children's International School, and Mrs.
Chukuma. Okay, I think I'll talk about Mrs. Chukuma. Do you want to come up first, please? Let's invite her so that they'll know who we're talking about.
Don't stop, please encourage her. She's done so much for thousands of children and many, many staff, uncountable.
Mrs. Chukuma, she's the founder of Children's International School, Lekki, Lagos. You know, some of you are aware, some of you are like, how did I start all this? You know, I started with running the Microsoft Office Specialist World Championship for Nigerian students. Today, we've certified over 50,000 children nationwide. And every year, we take students to the World Championship. We compete against 150 countries, and we're always in the top 10. You know, so she was so interested in the competition. And I can remember a year, she actually paid for 100 students to compete. And she just could not get the right teacher. She just kept at it. You know, our father said, don't worry, we will get our students to do this. You know, and then when we also started, because I got worried, you know, we're training children, and imagine a child that is in the top 10 in Excel in the world. This child is 16, a Nigerian child. She returns to Nigeria and has to learn under a teacher, a biology teacher that cannot open a laptop. That is what we have in Nigeria. That's the truth. And because I attended a conference and somebody said, teacher's conference, oh, the students are not connecting. They are not going to connect with you. You are not on the same level. They are frustrated. Because one time I attended a conference and a child called me, called me and said, excuse me, that thing you said is really true. In my school, the government brought computers. Our principal locked everything in the store. And what was the idea behind it? The principal said, when they come for stock taking, she wants everything to be complete. And these children, they came to meet me, crying. You know, they said, this is not fair. So these children are really frustrated, you know. So that's why I then said, okay, let's start training teachers. You know, that's how we started the conference. And when we started the conference, she also took it up. I'll tell you that all the schools we work with, CIS, all teachers, they are, I think they're all certified, MC certified. They take the IC3 certification. And the competitions that we run the World Championship, Microsoft World Championship for senior schools. Then we have the junior one, which you can see the digital literacy competition. The whole school is involved. From the year 1, I don't know, because I'm still old school. From class 1 to 5, I don't know the year, whatever. But the secondary school, boarding school, they are all involved. Teachers are involved, students are all involved. And I just said, no, I really have to recognize Mrs. Chukuma. Thank you so much for what you do in your school. And please, I'll invite our chairman to please.
Mr. Adeola, your assignment is not over.
Okay. On behalf of ReadManna, thanking you for all that you do in this space, the number of children, the number of teachers, and the list goes on. I'm happy to present you with this. A little bit more than 80 million naira and 2 cars. Thank you very much. And I hope that this plaque will not be the end of your involvement, because next year, Mrs. Augusto has golden that you can actually convert into. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Oh,
much,
we
Mr.
didn't-
Chairman.
Okay, okay. So that it doesn't break. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for. It's just beginning, and they are carrying on for the rest of today and throughout tomorrow. A number of master classes. I wish Mrs. Aguso had informed me. I would have stayed for some classes myself. But enjoy the rest of your stay here. Make it a learning experience. Honorable Commissioner, it's typically not your kind of event where we are all standing up and prostrating for. It's a learning event, but fortunately, you are also in that space where learning is strong. Thank you for coming, and don't stop what you are doing. If it's not Ogun State tomorrow, it must be somewhere, but just keep at it, and may God bless you. For our moderator, it's nice to share the role with you. Yeah, that was the easiest moderation I have seen, thanks to the commissioner. And for our main compare, thank you very much. And you are permanently in the education space. And Mrs. Augusto, God bless you. You wear your passion on your forehead, on your sleeve, just keep going and so on. I know how many times we attempted Ogun State before we got it right eventually. We will attempt more states. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate our chairman. Thank you, sir. Mr. Fola Adeola, OFR. Thank you so much, sir. As I love to describe him, always short, always impactful. Thank you, sir. The event is not over. We still have a few more speakers. We will have goodwill messages and speakers, but I am going to call on our next speaker. He's a principal in he's a principal in the best school in Lagos State, and that school has a branch in Ogun State. Right or wrong, Blake? Thank you. All right, so I will just introduce him very quickly as he comes up to share his speech. He's a leading voice in educational leadership and innovation in Nigeria. Oluwagbemileke Amao is a principal of Corona DECE Secondary School, Lekki, with over 14 years of experience in academic excellence, technology integration, and teacher development. He holds a degree in electrical electronics engineering, a postgraduate certificate in education from the University of Nottingham, and is both a Microsoft certified educator and master trainer. Gbemileke is known for pioneering data-driven systems in schools and for training more than 700 educators in performance analysis and technology-enhanced teaching. Under his leadership, Corona DECE Secondary School has set new benchmarks in academics and partnerships. He continues to equip school leaders across Nigeria with tools in data analysis, quality assurance, and educational technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome very warmly Oluwagbemileke Amao.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Commissioner, good morning. Good morning, dear esteemed educators. It is an honor and a privilege to be standing before you here today. My assignment is simple. And when Mrs. Augusto reached out to me, I told her without a shadow of doubt, I certainly will be here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it audible? Not as much. Not as much. I guess I'll have to borrow my teacher voice. Is this better? Okay, thank you. So I certainly, I'm happy to be here. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, standing before you to talk about one simple subject, and that's the Microsoft Certified Educator. I'll start by sharing my story. I am here. Okay, that's quite enhanced. I'm here today, and yes, my profile was read, and I get this reaction, and I can already see it on your faces, so let me put it out there. His principal? How old is he? So it's fine, you can Google my age. But the journey that led me to being here started with Microsoft Certified Educator. I can say that if I didn't get involved in Microsoft Certified Educator program, I might be here, but maybe not yet, and maybe not in this capacity. My school, Corona Schools, introduced the Microsoft Certified Educator as a compulsory program for all teachers in the year 2019. In 2019, many of us hesitated, including me, because like we all know, teachers, we set exams, but we don't like to take those exams. If anybody is here from TRCN, you're probably the most hated person in the room. When TRCN started the idea of examining teachers, we kicked against it. And so that was the reaction as well. Microsoft Certified Educator, and then we were told we had to write an examination to be certified. So many of us hesitated. But then someone reached out to me to say, Leke, and then COVID hit. So it became a lot of work for us. And for that person who was in charge and said, I'll need you to take over. My job was simple, just to coordinate or facilitate the logistics for the examination being administered in our school. But as an educator, as a teacher, it was more important for me to find how people could pass the exam, how to make it easy. And so I did some litmus tests. I trained a few people. I didn't take the exam. I was smart enough not to take the exam. But I trained a few people. Of course, I understood the course, studied the course, and then I trained them. There were 19 of them in the first cohort, 17 passed, 2 failed. So for me, that's success, isn't it? And so I continued to learn some more. I encouraged those who failed to reattempt the examination. And before we knew it, well over 200 teachers attempted the exam, when we had 150 of them pass the examination in our schools. And it was from then that another school reached out to me to say, hey, we heard the great thing that you did in Corona School. We'd like you to come over. And from then on, I became vice principal, and Corona Schools called me back, and here I am as principal. So, so I therefore say that it is with great joy and privilege that I am standing here before you, perhaps as a model of Microsoft Certified Educator. Now, when you hear that Microsoft Certified Education, you're wondering, what exactly is it about? Many people tend to associate the MCE with acquisition of the skill, and that is the skill of technology. I am here to debunk that myth. In fact, when I heard it, my first assumption was, this should be easy. I mean, I'm already familiar with Microsoft Office packages and maybe a few other things involving Microsoft that many people may not even know is a Microsoft tool. So it should be easy. We use the tech tools. Only until I engaged with the course to realize that it is not actually about the acquisition of skill, but it's the acquisition of a mindset. Many people here have technology skills, and many people even have well over an advanced technology skill, but they are not able to solve problems with it. This podium is quite limiting. I'm used to walking back and forth. We're not able to solve any problem with it. How many people do you know that are able to code with Python and many of these other programs, but they cannot solve any problem with it? They have the skill, but they don't have the presence of mind to know what problem they can solve with that skill. So having a laptop, whether you have a laptop already or you have a laptop today, is not the beginning. What you really need to have is the mindset. And you as an educator, when you are standing in your classroom, teaching whatever you are teaching, thank you so much. Aha, now I have freedom at last. Teaching whatever you are teaching, be it mathematics, English language, social studies, any subject, any topic whatsoever, you need to have the mind of a 21st century educator. You and I are here in the 21st century. We were introduced into the century in the year 2000. The problems that you and I are solving in today's world were not the same problems that our teachers solved when we were students in the classroom. And we also have to pay attention to the fact that the children that we're educating today will be faced with problems that you and I don't even know exist yet. An article was published about 10 years ago to say that by 2030, the jobs that will be available had not yet been invented 10 years ago. And hello, COVID came knocking, and you can all see that many people, including teachers, left the education field to pursue other career paths that they never knew existed before. You will be here taking artificial intelligence, taking cybersecurity, and a few other courses and a few other trainings. You and I didn't know that those things existed about 10 years ago, or we only had a bit of a mindset of it. And I dare say that even if you have that skill here today or beyond today, you don't yet know how much value that has. And the Microsoft Certified Educator puts you on that pathway. Because when you be standing before the students to teach, whatever subject you're teaching, whether it is even religious knowledge, you need to have 6 dimensions in your mind. To help memorize it, I'll come up with this acronym. You can put it down. CSSKRU. That was easy for me to understand, even though that's not the order when you take the Certified Educator course. It's a different order, but it was easy for me to understand because I worked in Corona schools, and we have a school called CSS, Corona Secondary School. So the KRU was something else I had to add to it. The C stands for collaboration. When you and I stand before our students to teach, it is not just about teaching them 1 + 1 or whatever formula you want them to memorize. It is about the need for them to learn to collaborate with one another. If you have a child in your classroom or even in your home, because believe me, the things that I learned or the things that I implement in the education space have helped me as an individual and have helped me as a parent as well, raising my child. If you are raising a child or you're teaching a child in the classroom who does not know to collaborate, that child has placed a lid on his or her achievement. Because in the world that they will be commanding, in the job space that they will be, in the jobs that they will create, they need to collaborate to succeed. And the height of collaboration, many people just think collaboration ends with the fact that you pair children. When you take the MCE, when you take the course, you realize that the height of collaboration is in being interdependent. In the sense that when you pair 2 students, in your classroom today, you pair students, one of them does the job. When you grade the work, you give both of them equal scores. And the one who didn't do the job gets the grade, even though he did not contribute. But in interdisciplinary or in interdependence, you realize that the work cannot even progress if the other does not pull his weight. So you and I need to learn how to do that in the classroom. Do you need a laptop to make that happen? No. So the essence of the MCE is to help you and I come to that state of mind. So I am here to debunk the myth that you necessarily need to have digital tools to help educate a child in the 21st century. Because the presence of the laptop in our classrooms has now become the new bane for many students and educators. Because we have those things in our classroom and they have become the distraction rather than what they are meant to be, and access to learning on a global scale. The children you and I are teaching in a third world country are not competing with their classmates. I tell my students that. Don't ever compete with your classmates. Hey, what did you get? You got 7. I beat you this time. I got 8.5. No, they are competing on a global scale. They are competing with students. The jobs that they will be contesting for, Asians are already doing it. Some children in the classroom, in the secondary school, are already doing some things that you and I used to do as projects in the university. That was their project. So they need to come to this state of mind. I move to the next one. The S. The first S stands for skilled communication. Pardon me. I'm so passionate it has left my head. Skilled communication. The height of skilled communication is the fact that the students are able to employ multimodal measures to pass on messages. To buttress the fact that technology or the access to devices has now become a bane for many of us in classroom, many children, have you realized nowadays, don't know how to handwrite properly. Handwriting has become very terrible. And many of them have become so abbreviated in their responses to questions. Multiple choice questions is now the priority. When you set theory questions for them, they don't know how to extend their thinking pattern. The MCE makes it compulsory for the children to express themselves or express communication using multi-modes. As I am here standing before you, I am intentionally gesticulating because there are some things that I am saying that some people will not hear. I have been told that I talk fast. I'm intentionally trying not to talk fast. But at least if you can't catch my words, you can catch my gestures. It's a multimodal means of communication for the sake of those who are kinesthetic listeners and visual learners. Now, it becomes compulsory that when the children therefore use technology tools to make a presentation, they must include multi-modes because people perceive information in various ways. And especially in this day where accessibility is necessary. When our children are creating projects or they are creating content for a world in the 21st century, they must be mindful of the fact that there are some people who only perceive information via sight or via hearing or via interpersonal relationships. We have audiences that are blind. We have audiences that are deaf. How exactly would they solve problems for those people? You will learn that in the MCE. The next S then has to do with self-regulation. Many children are not able to self-regulate. And that's one of the issues we're having in terms of misbehavior in our classrooms and in our schools today. Because when the child does not understand himself, how can he understand the world? How can the child think to solve problems when the child doesn't even realize that he has a problem or she has a problem that must be solved? And many times we teachers are even the ones causing it because we are quick to jump to conclusions. When you conclude too soon about a child, you are not allowing the child to discover what he or she needs to know to understand himself better. And when you are quick to say you are this, rather than solving the problem, or rather than dissociating the issue from the child, you are causing a new problem for that child. As an educator in the MCE, you will be taught that you are not succeeding as an educator unless you allow that child to reflect on the work he or she has done based on your feedback. We give projects to children and we give them an unrealistic timeline. They submit the work, we grade them, and that is it. No, that is not right. You give feedback to that child. Many of us, when we're doing our projects, we go to our lecturers. They review the work, don't they? And they give it back to us to redo. We go back again. Well, if you meet a lecturer like mine, the one I had in my school, well, you actually go back like 12 times before you eventually submit the work. But it's all for the glory of the organization and for your glory as well. It is your name that will be on that project. Maybe the lecturer's name will be mentioned somewhere underneath. Now, your child must be able to do the work based on feedback. When we are giving summative assessment, yes, summative assessment is necessary. But when you're also giving some assessment, there are some assessment that they must come back to you. You review it and they go back. When they go back and they redo the work better than the initial submission, then you have succeeded as an educator. Now moving on to the K. In actual fact, when you take the course, the K, which is knowledge construction, is the first thing you will see. Knowledge construction has to do with the fact that our learning is succeeding when it is interdisciplinary. We say that students are constructing knowledge. Many of the things we learned in school, Bloom's taxonomy and the likes, comes to play here. Because the children will then think at the level of creation and synthesis. They will take the knowledge you have given to them, they will apply it in a new context. And yes, you may use technology to drive that, but you don't have to have technology devices to produce a 21st century learner. They will take what you have taught them and they'll apply it in a new context. You are teaching a Greek language and you are requiring the children to apply it in a PhD context. In my school, there was a time that I required that 2 departments should collaborate for a project. The basic tech, junior school, basic tech should collaborate with the math department. I required that the children should create a sector, a shot put sector within the field. So they mixed the cement. So the basic tech students worked with the mathematics department. The children calculated by themselves the perimeter of that sector, and they themselves did the mixing of the cement with guidance to know exactly how far the shot put should travel, and they did all that. It was a project that they delivered. That was interdisciplinary because they applied their knowledge of what they are being taught in mathematics in the context of basic technology. That is the height of education as a 21st century teacher. And now we move to the R. The R is real-world problem solving. For instance, this example I just gave was a problem. Many of my students developed interest in shot puts, but we didn't have a sector. So, okay, go ahead and create it. So that was applicable in the real world. We need to begin to teach our students to think of problems. That's why I say that it is not just enough to have the technology skill. It's not just enough to be able to code, to learn cybersecurity and the rest of it. What problem are you going to solve with it? It is not useful for you, nor anyone, if you're not already thinking to solve problems. And so from the classroom, we're already teaching children to think of real-world problems. And it starts from, you're teaching a primary 6 child, for instance, and you tell that child to think of a problem that exists in the creche, or in the play school, or in the nursery. And that child should then go into that nursery class and implement that solution. Or you tell the children to write a letter. You're an English language teacher, and you tell the children to write a letter to the principal of the school about solving a problem. Of course, what would that letter be? Informal or formal? Formal. You're teaching formal letter. And then you tell them that the principal is going to read it. Please don't deceive them. It therefore means you have to have a conversation with the principal ahead of time. Sir, I have assignments for you. My children will be bringing work to you, sir. And we'll appreciate that you give feedback on top of it. Nobody has done that to me yet. And if any of my teachers are here, please, just make sure that there are a few numbers. All right, but it is necessary. It excites the children to realize that, you mean the principal is going to read my letter? How do you think they will write that letter? They will pay more attention to it, especially when the principal does minute on it to say, oh, thank you very much. Oh, this is something we can implement. Several times children walk up to me and they suggest ideas, things we can implement in school. Our school did its first business fair. It was the idea of a student who said, hey, sir, I have business, and many other students in my class, they have businesses as well. Can we create a business fair? And we created it. So imagine that came to me as a formal letter. And it is implemented. That will give the next set the encouragement to do something similar. And then finally, the very last one, which is what many of us may think it is. The U stands for use of ICT for learning. Many people forget that it ends with for learning. It is not for teaching. So it is not about the educator. It is about the children. Now, the height of a use of ICT for learning is that the students create something using technology, meaning without technology, they could not possibly create that thing. Technology is necessary for that thing to exist. If they don't have technology, they would not be able to create that thing. And that ties quickly to the knowledge construction, which is the K, because they will need to create that something by applying the knowledge that they have constructed in the context of the technology that they're solving. And it then quickly ties to the problem solving, because whatever they're creating obviously has to be the solution to a problem. With these few points of mine, however few you think they are, I hope I have been able to convince you and not confuse you that if by next decade you are not certified, you have just wasted the year. Please get certified. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Amao. Indeed, if you are not yet certified, you should do something about it. Right from our chairman of the day to Prof and now to Bemileke, we can see that everybody is saying the same thing. And I'll share a quote with you quickly. It says, technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. And we've seen a lot of that in our midst, which is what got the best teacher the award. 80 million plus 2 cars, right? All right, and another quote by Bill Gates says, technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids to work together and motivating them, the teacher is the most important. Who's the most important person in that class? Who's there to inspire them? Who's there to encourage them to think and apply all the skills they're bringing together? Excellent. So we all have so much work today to do. It's a day of learning and a day of rewards, awards, and many more. So how many computers, how many laptops have we given out? 2. How many are we giving out? So the 3rd laptop is here, and I'm going to invite Mrs. Adeola Chukuma to please come up on stage to support us. She's going to pick. Teachers, start praying now. Who did Mr. Adeola say he spoke to? He said he spoke to the Holy Spirit. So yeah, talk to the Holy Spirit again. Let's see what will happen this time. Have we mixed it well? Okay.
Well, the winner of the 3rd laptop is Mr. Mark Osoyade of Darwen College. Darwen College, Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark Osoyade of Darwen College. We thank the Almighty for answered prayers. Yes, Congratulations. Please use it for learning. You will learn, and your students will equally learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Chukuma. So finally, a man. We're getting closer and closer, right? Hopefully the next one will be a man from where? Ogun State. So we're moving on to, okay.
Sorry. How many laptops do we have? Let me tell you the story of these laptops. Somebody called me and said, I like what you're doing. I'm going to give you something. I thought you were going to just put something, send the account of ReadManna Initiative. And then I saw money. I said, what's this? He said, do whatever you like. I said, good. So that's why I'm buying. The person actually sponsored the laptops, for everybody. A friend of mine. So I just bought the 10 laptops with the money the person sent. But I'll tell you, 5 laptops today, 5 laptops tomorrow. And MTN, they have, what do you call it? Is it Match 5? What's it? Routers. They have about 100. And I'm wondering where they are. They are somewhere. Somebody's bringing them. So we don't know who's going to collect those ones yet. So you still have some goodies coming. Okay? What is 5, half for today and half for tomorrow? Thank you.
Can we celebrate Mrs. Augusto, convener of this conference, and also the founder of ReadManna Initiative? Celebrate her one more time. We can see that it's not just by mouth that our theme for this year is building educator capacity, but it's all about what? Putting her money where their mouth is. She had the option of spending it on anything, but she chose to give it back. Mrs. Augusto, on behalf of all educators in this room, we say a big thank you to you. So as I said, it's a day of awards. Mrs. Augusto, do you want to go on with awards? Okay, you'd like to do that. So we'll take an award before we come to the last presentation, before we go into our classes. Thank you. Let's just celebrate the person who is going to win this award. There's somebody in our midst. We're celebrating that person ahead.
Like I said, we love competitions. And since 2009, we have been organizing ICT competitions for students in this country. We have the Microsoft Office Specialist World Championship on Word, Excel, PowerPoint. And it's for ages 13 to 22. Then we have, you can see what we have, the Digital Literacy Competition, which is, that's for the ages primary 4 to JSS. Teachers have come to me to say, please, can our primary 5s and 6 join this competition because they understand its basics, So that's why we brought it to primary 4 to JSS. We also have the Cybersecurity National Competition. We have the coding competition. We hear a lot about coding. So we're like, okay, come and prove it. So we have Python competition. We have HTML and CSS. All these competitions are run. Most of the schools, they are aware. If you don't know about them, please talk to the ReadManna team at the back. So we'll tell you more about it. Okay. And we have this school. This prize is for a school. They've Faith Academy schools. They've really certified. I don't even know how many students. I can't even count. Because for them, it's a school program. We have people saying, okay, let's have our ICT club join this. Do you understand? But Faith Academy is the whole school. And Deeper Life is here as well. I also announced that Deeper Life has actually approved for all schools nationwide to join the competitions. So they understand, what we're doing. Because what we're doing is that we are giving you international certification. We're using global standards, global curriculum. So that ensures that your children will get good jobs, once they leave school. It's not just enough to say, oh, I know ICT. What exactly do you know? And which standard? You don't just look at the standards you're using. So we're using the certification aligned with global standards. We compete against 150 countries, and our students do very well. Like I said, every year, we take the best students to America. The Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint exam is 45 minutes, 45 questions. We found that our children actually complete the exam, the winners, 10 to 15 minutes. That's what they do, 10 to 15 minutes. Because they are going to meet Brazil and those people, This year, I'm telling you, it was something else. It was really tough. I just came back. So they are really tough people out there. They are really training. So we need to put our hearts together and be more intentional about these competitions. Anyway, the team this year, I think out of 6 students, 4 of them came from Faith Academy, Gowan Estate. Go. 4. So I'd like to invite their ICT teacher, Mrs. Zinsu, to please step forward. 6 students, 4 of them came from only one school. And we compete. It's not just a Lagos competition. We deliver exams. National competition takes place in Abuja, Uyo, Akure, Port Harcourt, Jebu, Korodu. We go round. So it's not just a school. It's open to every child in this country, from primary school to age 22. We have competitions for you. And it's just to make sure that you are qualified, and you have the right certificate. Do you have 3 or 4? Oh, I'm right. 3. Okay, 3 out of 6. Okay, so Mrs. Chukuma, please, sorry, Prof, I'm sorry, Prof, sir, Commissioner should please help us. So I think what we have there, we are looking, the ICT team, they are all stepping out. It's not only her, we are all here. So it's so, but please, I don't know what. Thank you, sir.
Well, I present this on behalf of ReadManna Digital Educator Excellence Award 2026 to Mrs. Adejumoke Victoria Zinsu in recognition of your commitment to student digital literacy at the 4th Digital Educators Conference and Exhibition, Lagos, 5th August 2026. ReadManna Empowerment Initiative. I really want to congratulate you, and I hope this, I hope this will ginger you to continue in this particular direction, because this is where we should be going. The learners are actually digital natives, but it's for us to provide that enabling environment for them to actually exhibit themselves in the right direction. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me give you good news. The Microsoft World Championship. Please clap for them, please, as they go to their seat. The Microsoft World Championship, if you win at the national level, from now, I think we've increased the prize money, is 1 million naira per child. The student gets 1 million, the teacher gets 1 million cash. Word, Excel, PowerPoint. So we're giving out 6 million. No, sorry. First prize 1 million, second prize 750, third prize 500. And why are we doing this? Because we want the teachers to please take this serious. Because I go to some schools, I don't want to say what I see, what I hear. Who is your computer teacher? I'm the one. What's your certificate? I read biology, but I like computer. They say I should just teach it. So we need to go to the bottom and try to get some things right if we want our children to do well. So that's why we are putting money on the table. So first prize, 1 million, second prize, 750, third prize, 500. The child gets it and the teacher gets it, or the team, or you can see all of them came out. So they know the way the schools, they know the way they share it. And what we also do, like the child that has the best score in the country also joins the team that goes to America, as a consultant. So we want everyone to please join this, our efforts and make.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. So I've been given graciously 15 minutes to talk through what we do. I do stand on existing protocols. My name is Fola. I'm the General Manager Sales for Wildbe Interactive. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation for giving us this floor to be here today. And apologies from the Managing Director, Sir Bolawon Olayomi, who would have wanted to be here. Bolawon Olayomi, who would have wanted to be here, but is unavoidably absent. He has a program to attend in Abuja. So thank you very much. I would just like to talk a little about certain things that are happening today in education. You will all agree with me that education today is evolving. Our children, learners, are moving beyond, and they are expecting something beyond what we currently offer. They want something that is much more tech-enabled, especially in today's modern world. I grew up, say, in the 70s, and you will agree with me that back then we only had the blackboard and the chalk. That was an experience on its own. Today we have learners that we call tech natives. If you give a 6-year-old or even down to a 4-year-old a mobile phone to use, you'll be amazed by what that child can do with the phone. The child can literally dismantle the phone and assemble it back, doing much more than we, the owners of the phone, can do, or we have the potentials to do with the phone. And you will also agree with me today that in most homes, hardly would you see a black and white TV. What you will see now are maybe monitoring sets that will be mounted on the wall. So how best do you want to help our educators in getting better outcomes from the children, apart from using what I call flat boards? Today, in what we call the 21st century, we are the pioneering company in driving transformative learning across our education platform. What we sell goes beyond what I call monitors or smart boards. What we sell, we call them IFPDs, interactive flat panel display. In these displays, you have a set or an array of software. And what I would say is we have a stand, which I will implore you all to visit and see a physical display of what we are doing. Our boards does have 2 OS, both Android as well as Windows, with a set of softwares that can aid the educators in driving better outcomes from our students. We are currently not doing this only in private schools. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of partnering with schools, and we are also doing what I call an adoption. Adoption in the sense that we are moving together in getting the schools to use better devices for better outcomes for our students. Today, we are also working with the federal government through UBEC in deploying our smart boards. We are working with state governments, especially the state governments in the southeastern parts of Nigeria, as well as Lagos State, in deploying interactive smart boards, even in public schools. Enugu State, for instance, we currently have deployed in about 260 schools in Enugu State. The same for Lagos State, the same in Nasarawa, the same in Ekiti State, and then the federal government as one. So if you can have this deployment going on across all the states or most of the states government in Nigeria, as well as the Ivy League schools. I mean, I'm happy when Mrs. Augusto mentioned Deeper Life. Deeper Life is one of the partner schools that we're currently deploying our boards, as well as a lot of the Catholic schools. And then we are also moving to the League of Muslim Schools as well. So we are cutting across all the spheres in terms of deployment, in terms of engaging them with the right resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are aiding our educators. Any technology that we deploy that is becoming a problem or that is becoming a challenge to our educators is certainly not the way to go. So what we have are interactive flat board panels that aids better learning outcomes using them in our classrooms. The displays, we call them a 40-point touch, meaning that engagement can be going on simultaneously on these displays, meaning a teacher can be teaching while the students will come to the board, and they can also be answering questions side by side with what the teacher is teaching the educators. And it has all the curriculum, sciences, arts, commercial, every subject you are teaching is already imbibed in the board. It's embedded. And you can bring in as many software as you want into this board just to make sure that we get better results from our students. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take so much of our time. What I would implore you to do is just to visit our stands and see how well these boards can help in getting better results for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. So how are you going to allay our fears? We believe that these things are very expensive. Is that information you'll be able to give at your stand?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Today, we are going to give a special discount just for today. And please be informed. I will also be there and make sure that you leave here with some very, very special gifts as well.
Thank you very much. So it's a day of gifts, right? It's a day of freebies. So take advantage of that and make sure you don't leave what is yours behind. We're expecting a representative from EcoBank. Is he around? No. He probably is in the office, okay? And Mrs. Augusto as well. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for her, I need 4 volunteers, and I'll tell you what you're going to do. The very first person, and you'll get gifts from ReadManna. Very first person, what is your takeaway from the chairman's speech? Who's the chairman? Who's the chairman of this occasion? Your takeaway, first hand to go up very quickly. First hand to go up. You're checking books. Yes, my lady in green. It's a woman's day today. Day for the ladies. Men, where are you? Are you on holiday? It's summer, right? Thank you very quickly.
Mrs. Senegino from Dowen College.
Thank you.
My take home is that you cannot give anything to another person in the world that you do not belong to.
Excellent. Thank you. And these young people are digital natives. Thank you so much. They are digital natives, so you cannot be an analog adult and lead digital natives anywhere. You will lead them astray, lose them along the line, then you'll come back to say, oh, they are not well behaved. Isn't that what's going on in classes? So you need to reach into their own world to lead them out in the world of today. Then we had Prof. Prof shared a lot with us. One person quickly. Okay, The men are awake now. Please celebrate this man. He's coming here. Celebrate him. What's your name, sir, and your school?
All right, my name is Agiri Omotayo Oluwaseun. I'm from the Waterbrook School, Lekki. Okay. One of my takeaways from what the professor said, thank you so very much, is the fact that you must always try to turn every challenges into opportunities. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for sharing that with us. Excellent. And then we had Mr. Oluwagbemi Leke Amao. I want somebody from Ogun State. You must be from Ogun State. Okay. Ogun State. Okay, right at the back. The gentleman, please come forward. Is it Lagos people? No, there's somebody right at the back. Yeah, he's coming. Is it other states Prof came here to listen to? Your takeaway from Mr. Amao's session. Thank you. Your name, your school. Mr. Amao, he spoke about MCA.
Oshikomi Olayinka.
We can't hear you even with the mic. Speak into the mic.
I am Oshikomi Olayinka from Community High School, Moriwi Imekwafon, local government. He as the principal, he grew along the line to become from the vice principal.
What you learned from him, what's your takeaway?
My takeaway from him is that the present students should be able to use the knowledge they have acquired using the 6 acronyms that he gave us, the knowledge they have acquired to identify problems and solve the problem even in this generation that they are.
Did he try? He attempted. One more person from Ogun State on this. I want a woman. Prof has to know that there's gender balance in Ogun State. Yes, my lady is on her way out. From Ogun State, right? Good.
Good morning, everyone. He talked about 6 major points. He talked about knowledge.
What's your own takeaway? One thing that you're going to go and do.
All right, that when I get to my school, I'm going to identify some problems. Then the main goal is for learning. The main goal is for learning, that we should be able to identify problem and help the students to learn. When it comes to the ICT for learning, our goal should be that we should be able to teach the students to help them learn something new. They should discover a problem, identify a problem, collaborate together, then examine some real world problems, and then your ability to solve those problems.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, educators in the room. Please celebrate yourselves. I love the energy. I love the fact that we listened intently to all our speakers. Last but not the least, what did Mr. Murakinyo say about the boards? What's one thing you're taking away? The bit about the gifts, I'm taking that away. So don't come and tell us that. Did anybody pick anything? Yes. Yes, sir. Please come forward. Very quickly, so we can move on to the next thing. Thank you.
David Atama. I came all the way from Enugu State.
Wow.
I work in higher education. So from what the last speaker said, he spoke about the smart TV.
What are you following up on what he said? What's important to you?
The important thing I'm taking away from his speech is they are presenting a technology, a TV that will make teaching and learning easy for both the educators and the students.
Absolutely. And he also said we shouldn't be afraid about the prices, that they are going to their offers, discounts that will make all these things affordable to us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate yourselves for being so attentive, for listening, for coming all the way, whether from Lagos State, Ogun State, or Enugu State. Thank you so much. I'd like to call on Mrs. Augusto to share with us how the rest of the day will go.
Thank you all. Thank you, my dear sister. You should actually clap for her as well. She's doing a very great job. So what we're going to do is that I know people came in very early. I met people here when I came. So we said, okay, let's break for lunch. There's food out there. I believe you all have meal vouchers. Okay, so you're going to see the caterers out there. And you're going to, the canopies are out there where you can actually sit. So if you give them a voucher, they will give you a meal. We have 3 dishes out there. We have a jollof, we have the fried, and we have yam and sauce or something. So you just go to each person, give them what you go there and give them your ticket. They'll give you the pack. Then you sit down and eat. And after we'll be back here when she'll tell you that. When you come back, we're going to come back here, please, because we are expecting Dr. Soyombo from Abuja. You know Dr. Soyombo? Yeah, she missed her flight, or they delayed her flight. So we have to come back here. By the time we finish eating, I'm sure she will be here. So after our presentation, then we can then go to our various classes. Please, let me get something right. Who really is interested in learning today? Oh, this is good. Okay, I thought we're going to have empty classes. Okay, how many for MCE, please? MCE, Microsoft Certified Educator. You want to learn Microsoft Certified Educator? Okay. Let me tell you the classes that we have. You already know, I posted it in your groups. We have IC3. IC3 is the global standard. IC Digital Literacy is the global standard for digital literacy. It has 3 modules, okay? One is computing fundamentals, which is what is hardware, software. Then the second one is key applications, which we actually say they are the key applications we use in our offices, right? Word, Excel, PowerPoint. So how many people for IC3 computing fundamentals? Please raise up, just let me see. Because we have classes out there behind this place. Want to know how many people are going to stay there. What of key applications, please? Okay. Nobody wants to learn Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Oh, wow. Okay, how many for Python? How many for HTML? How many for cybersecurity? How many for AI? You can't be in two classes, You can do the second class tomorrow, right? Okay. Okay, we have an idea. So there's nobody for key applications. Okay, good. So after Mr. Shombo's speech, we'll then go to our various classes. The teachers are waiting and they will teach, okay? And then I will give the last laptop at the end. The last laptop for the day. I think that's it. I'll give at the end of today. And whatever is, no, Mr. Shombo is giving out one. Mr. Shombo is going to give out one laptop. I'm going to give out one at the end. You are counting the laptops. That's good. You must collect.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Augusto. Are we not going to appreciate all her effort yet again? Thank you. So it's 11:53 now. As she said, lunch is right outside. So we're going to go out and have lunch. But please hear me out. Let's hear the instructions clearly. There are 3 vendors. You are not going to get one of each. You are going to get only one. So decide what you want, drop your ticket, your meal ticket, and then you have your lunch. Sit outside and eat it. 12:30 we reconvene here. By then, Mrs. Ronke Soyombo should be around. After her session, one laptop will go out. Then we go into the various classes. To make it easy, as when on your way back, the ReadManna team will take numbers for all the classes. So you can come in here, sit down, and once you're done with Mrs. Soyombo, you go into your classes. Then when you're done with all the classes, this should end between 3 and 4. Then know that you have one more laptop. So you still have 2 more shots at it. So start telling the Holy Spirit and start praying. Thank you very much. See you at 12:30 on the dot. Thank you.
Wanna fly. me rhythm and classic. They say money no bring happiness, but without it I'm happiless. They say Sapa no they permanent, but this one raise to power 10. I got respect when they call my name, while you are beating power 10. I don't burn up my liver, taking a call, I'm happiness. I'm not getting younger. You know I do anything to get all this rubber. Mama just to suffer. Say you go the proud of me, but only I'm over. Take the shit, buy me shit, take the shit. After 15 hours of being crazy, you leave me when I felt happy like never before, boy. You be like say you know they long. Hey, I dey beg you, Oluwa, give me happiness. I go say no to drugs. Hey, we are no. I be I'm a bother, Jerry, waiting on my one do. For me, they say there's nothing that you can't do. Take the shit, buy me shit, take the shit, buy me shit. Take this money, don't bring happiness, but without it I'm happiness. Buy me shit. I'm not getting younger, buy me shit.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start. We agreed on 12:30. It's 12:35. Please phone a friend. A laptop can show at any time. So phone a friend. We're about to give one out. You never can tell. So phone a friend quickly. Let everybody reconvene. I know you've all collected your lunch packs, so this is a good time to come into the hall. ReadManna team, please bring people in. We're ready to start. Our guest speaker is close by. Bring people in, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. As you are coming in, grab a friend. All the people who want to have, is it cocoa or tea? Please come in. The team will still be there. On your way to your class, you can pick one up. Please come in, come in, come in. Let's start. If I go there, what's the ring? If I stand there, will it work? Thank you. Well, someone has just asked if we're going to have an award for punctuality, and that will be visited. We would try and do something about that. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. ReadManna team, please get people in, get people in. Get participants in. Educators, please come in. Educators, please come in. Educators, can we have you in? The tea is not running away. On your way to your class, you can pick it up. Please come in. They have collected. You can pick up your sandwich. You will grab your tea as you are going into the class. We need to start with. Please, if you're a participant and you're just sitting down there, can we, the people sit, go into the class? Ladies and gentlemen, please move in. I'm going to break this line soon, but let's start. Please don't sit there. Let's go into the class. For me, come and stand here. Stand here. Let them pick their sandwiches. Pick your one sandwich and go in. Please go in and gather. So come back. Thank you. Please go into your class. So if you are still on the queue, they've run out of sandwiches for now. Can you go into the class? Just hold on to your ticket, you'll get it later. Please go into the class. Hold on to your ticket. Hold on to your ticket. Please, okay. Please go into the class. They are trying to sort it out. We don't have anything for. Please, let's go in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if there's nothing on the chair in front of you, you can move forward. You can move forward, please. Don't sit at the back of the hall. We have space. Once the chair is empty, please feel free to occupy it. Can we move forward, please? Once there is nothing on the chair in front of you, feel free to occupy that chair majestically. Once there's nothing on a chair, just sit there majestically, please. Thank you. You cannot come in early after break and sit at the back. Welcome back. How was lunch? How was lunch? Okay, what would you have wanted done differently? Sorry? Okay, to serve breakfast whilst you are seated. Okay, if Mrs. Augusto is not listening now, I certainly will give her that feedback. So at least tomorrow we can have it done. Mrs. Augusto's suggestion, breakfast to be served whilst they're seated tomorrow. That is something I'm sure they can do. So thank you so much for coming back. Remember, we still have 2 laptops to give out. But before then, are the MTN people around, Mrs. A? MTN, are they around? Not yet. Okay, good. So what we're going to do, whilst we're waiting for 3 key things we need to still do, Walby wants to demonstrate some things hands-on now. They're going to do that demo now, and they will connect it to the screen up here. Then Dr. Mrs. Aderonke Soyombo, we're expecting her. She's on her way already. She landed a while ago. So she's going to come up here and give a session and then give out 1 more laptop. Then we go into our classes. There are 6 classes that you can benefit from. So what you need to do in advance is to determine which class you want to go into. So we have 7 classes available. You have MCE, Microsoft Certified Educator. You have 2 classes for them actually. Then we have IC3, Fundamentals. We have Cybersecurity. We have HTML and CSS. That's 1 class. Then there is Python. There is Artificial Intelligence. And then there is IC3 Key Applications. So you can choose from any of those titles. Facilitators are already waiting for you in those classes. And when it's time to do that, facilitators will come and then we'll go, each group will go with their facilitator to learn. And once they have done that, then we'll wrap up for the day. And the way we're going to wrap up for the day is to have another laptop presentation. Is that a good plan? Is that a good plan? Good. So I'm just going to call on the Walby team now to demonstrate what it is. And like they said, there would be discounts. There would be a lot of arrangements. So it's something you can take all the information you require and you pass it on to your heads of school. Then I must say to all of us, the reason why I do what I do today, did I introduce myself? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Once I'm serving like this, I'm so used to projecting others. I do the work. So my name is Ayokweju Njideaka. First and foremost, thank you. First and foremost, I'm a teacher. So yes, I am a teacher, but I'm no longer in the classroom. I do a lot of work with school leaders and with educators. So I started from the Montessori level, worked all the way to the primary, and then eventually I started doing things with secondary schools. So what I do really is educator training. Can he please go out and take his call? So we do a lot of educator training. How many Lagos State teachers do we have here? If you're a proud Lagos State teacher. Okay, so we have been handling the induction for Lagos State for 6 years now. How many people have passed through that program? Fantastic, fantastic. So good to see all of you. And one of the things that program helped with, and I'm always so proud to share this. So the first one was in 2020, just before COVID. And that was when, in public service, Lagos State, you cannot win an award. In those days, you couldn't have won any award without being in the class for 5 years and you are pushing different things. But right now, we have people who have won these awards after being in the class for 2 years. We have people who have gone up to the district level. In fact, we have many award winners from the district level. Then we also have award winners who apply for different things, global awards, and they win those awards. And this is technology is a major part of what we do with them. And we always encourage them. In fact, once they leave induction, what happens is they start to collaborate with themselves and they do a lot of things. You have different Instagram pages, and that's something you should do whilst you are here. Connect with each other. And you know another beautiful thing? We're beginning to bring back the award winners as facilitators on the induction program. So you now have teachers teaching teachers. And there's nothing as fantastic as educators educating one another. So that's what I do. I'm a credentialed coach on the side. And I sit on the board of a number of schools. Corona Trust Council is one of them. So I do a number of things. And that's why when the chairman was speaking, he said, you are permanently in the education space. Absolutely. But guess what? Beyond all this, I'm actually a chartered accountant. Absolutely. I didn't start from education. I finished, that's you, fantastic. So I did that first, then I went back to school, did a PGD, I did a master's in educational psychology, which is why I do a lot of teacher training. And so it could be you standing here, because I have many mentees that I have raised who are facilitating now. From that team, we have been to Abia State, we have been to Ogun State through Teach for Nigeria, we have done all sorts. So don't think this is just 2 days of coming here. Ask yourself, what do you want to do with these 2 days? And honestly, if you reach out, I'm always happy to connect. You know why I love to do that? Because for me to be able to stand here, I stood on the shoulders of giants, people who went ahead of me. They lifted me up. So I'm always, always very happy to turn my back or turn my shoulder to give somebody a place to start from. So ladies and gentlemen, the WALBI team is here. So that's what the plan is today. And I'm going to encourage you, sit still till 4 p.m. or 3:30, whatever time the class will finish. You never can tell if you're going to take that brand new computer home. Thank you very much. It's been great. Again tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, she's coming. Thank you. Please, can you help me give her a round of applause? We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, she has a meeting. How many of you have smart boards in the class? Smart boards. Because one thing we're out to solve here is to make sure you know how to use those boards. You know? So we've added the MD of WALBI is coming on stage now. Do you need this slide or something? Are we getting the slide? Okay. So let me somebody actually asked me down there that I didn't talk about Excel, Word, PowerPoint, advanced. If you are interested in advanced Excel, please let me see your hand. See, you can't take 2 courses. What we're going to do is that once he finishes, or we're ready to go to the classrooms, we're going to just ask you which course. You stand up and you follow the teacher to that class. Are you with me? You can't be in 2 classes, so better just decide. And let me advise you, if you don't have the Microsoft Certified Educator certification, please try and start with that. Don't jump to artificial intelligence. I want to do AI. When you don't even know how to put on computer, don't do AI. Let me tell you something about AI that people don't know. If you've been using AI, right, you'll notice something about AI. It will tell you the source of the information that it's producing, right? So, and what has it done? It will go to the various websites on the internet and quote them. That's where I got it from. And if you review those websites, they are created by foreigners. Oh, do you know that? American website, if it's a Nigerian question, you get it, right? But those technical questions, you find that they are from foreign countries. You as a teacher, you've been teaching physics. Where is your own content? Why can't AI quote you? How is AI going to quote you? By creating content as well. That's what we are talking about here. We want you to exploit the digitally the internet, create your own content. Let AI also pick you. AI is just summarizing, there's nothing big about AI. It just summarizes what's on the internet and it gives it to you. But the content is not from Africa. I tell people that Nigeria, we are very rich in this country, and people just look at me and like, what is this woman talking about? Nigeria is one of the richest countries in the world. But until you exploit it and bring out the gold, are you with me? We are going to continue complaining and complaining. If you say, okay, like those days now, when I used to tell people that speak Yoruba, they can make money, they'll say, how? No, they're not making money. They're making money because they're able to teach people abroad. They're able to teach their subjects. If you are a teacher, you're teaching a particular topic, create your own content and learn how to upload your content and learn how to monetize your content. People live in this country and they are working abroad. You have content, you have it. You are a physics teacher, biology teacher. You are, let me tell you something. Do you think the Chinese man is going to go to Abeokuta to write about the history of Abeokuta? Right? Are they coming to do it? You are not going to do it. You have so many opportunities. So learn how to use, learn these digital tools, and upload. We also run, let me tell you something, we also run the Adobe World Championship. Photoshop, all the Adobe whatever. But I cannot even get a school that can teach Adobe. Not even one. When they teach, I'm like, we go to the competition, we run the Adobe World Championship. I take Nigerian students there, and what they produce is nothing like what they produce from Taiwan. I'm like, are we doing the same topic? And you are the teachers. You are the teachers. These children are looking up to you. They're just looking up to you. So if you don't do this, and like I told you, they can use these digital tools very well. I hope you know. They can use very well. That even, while we're even having this conference, many of you post all sort of things in the WhatsApp group, and I just delete. And Mrs. Augusto, I don't always delete everything, Sure you know. You ask me questions that are even on your phone. I cannot find, this is Zoom link. I cannot find okay, let me give you an example. One of you, I can't find the link, the Zoom link. And I'm like, okay. But I can see on the Zoom list, your email is there, your name is there. Why can't you see it? I now said, okay, this is the email. Oh, sorry, I gave my son's email, and my son, I don't know the password. I hear all sorts. Do you understand what I'm saying? You want to register for a payment, use your child's email, and you don't even have access to that email. We teach MC via Zoom. Do you know that? If you don't know, better know it now. We teach MC free via Zoom. Deliberately. Because when we're teaching in the classrooms, 2-3 teachers will come together and be saying, press that one, press that one. When it's time for exam, who's going to press it for you? So we teach via Zoom so that, you can go to the Microsoft website and then you learn. You understand what I'm saying? You learn it by yourself, follow instructions. Online learning has come to stay. It's not going anywhere. You can become a professor from your bedroom. Everything you need to learn is on your phone. That phone that used to take pictures. And some people don't really realize that you are so important to this country. You are so, so important. So if you don't know these things, who is going to teach the students that are under you? Are you with me? If you don't know these things, if you don't know these digital tools, who is going to teach that child? The Microsoft, I said I must start my Microsoft competition. Let me tell you, 2 of the students I took out of this country, one from Faith Academy, one from Chrisland, they competed and returned to Nigeria. They were in the top 10. They came back to Nigeria, completed their education, applied to American universities. They were admitted, they finished their courses. Today, they are software engineers with Microsoft. When you are talking about employment, let me tell you how serious it is. You tell yourself, oh, your child, there's no job. Who says there's no job? There are jobs everywhere. But the difference is that the jobs are no longer the jobs you are used to. You need these ICT tools. You need it. The children under you, they need it. They need it. They need to learn it properly. People are learning along the roadside, oh, I know how to use computer. What do you want? You go to, first of all, let's look at what you do. You go to one business center. They will teach you how to use computer. Right? And they will give you certificate of attendance or participation. Is that what they give you? The person that taught you, what's person certificate? Whatever the man knows, he will just package it and give it to you and tell you, he will give you degree on it. You will carry it. You pay 50,000, 100,000. The man can't even pass Excel. Then when you now go and apply for a job, they say you don't know it and you'll be angry. Are you with me? Are you flowing? The person at that business center is not certified. You don't even know what he does because he can play around with computer. Touch this one, touch this one, touch this one. Then you just package it and you carry it and go and apply to go to the bank and they'll drive you away that you don't know anything. And you say that the bank is wicked. Are you with me? So what we are saying is you learn these certifications, learn these programs properly. What we are encouraged to do is learn them properly. Then you are able to teach these children. You're able to guide them. Are you with me? If you don't know, you can't guide them. It's very important for our teachers to understand how to use the computer. Extremely important, please. Because in the land of the blind, Abby, that's what we have now. Everybody just following this person. Meanwhile, the person has no clue. I'll tell you one fantastic story. There's a young boy called Ryan, an American boy. This boy has a dyslexia, they call it, was challenged in his school. I met this boy, okay? I'll tell you the end, but I'll tell you the end of the story. But the beginning, the teacher looked at him and said, Ryan, take these Microsoft exams just to help him. Ryan started taking the exams and he started building his confidence. Today, Ryan has over 40-something certifications in Microsoft and Adobe. I met him at the World Championship. He came to represent America. He was no longer bullied by anybody because he was now a world champion. Today, he's working with Microsoft. But it just took a teacher noticing that this boy needed to be different in the classroom. And that edge she gave him was, take this exam. In his little corner, he started taking the exams. And he has over 40 certifications, 40. You can't say, oh, I know Word, and then you stop there. No Excel, you stop there. No, it just continued. 40, so if you want to know, I'll post it in your groups. I'll post his picture so that you see him. It's on LinkedIn. He now works with Microsoft. People that were laughing at him in class, they are still looking for a job. So we're very serious. If you want to, you must learn how to use these digital tools the right way. That's what I'm saying. The right way. So I think I'll call Mr. Are you ready now, Mr. Wobi? Because if I stand here, I'll keep talking and begging people to learn.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sagbola Abayomi. I'm the founder and group CEO of WowBe. WowBe is Africa's largest manufacturer of interactive touchscreens, and we're also the biggest construction company retrofitting and building smart schools. Over the last 11 years, we've had the privilege of, I'm sure you've been seeing a lot of videos on smart schools. How many of you have seen those videos? Smart schools being built by different states in Nigeria. Let me see your hands up. You are teachers and you don't know what smart schools are. Wow. How many of you not seen the video of Enugu State? Huh? You've seen Abia, that's the most recent one, isn't it? So Enugu State building 260 smart schools, hiring more than 6,000 teachers. That's a WowBe project. It's a $15 million project. And what that means is that government schools are now going in Enugu. Private school owners need to roll up their sleeves because the government schools are going to be much better than the private schools. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Major investment by Governor Mba. And following that, we did a prototype school in a place in Abia State called, how can I forget? Where did we go to do that project, Olaliko? In Ohafia. How many people are Ohafia? Abia. Good. So we took a school called Ofaliagu Secondary School, and we turned it around in 30 days. We took it from being a regular school with chalk and slate, chalk and blackboard, and we turned it around into a smart school within 30 days. And Governor Oti came and saw that in November 2024 and said, this is exactly what I want. And so in the last few months, you've seen Abia State rolling out smart schools online. That was following a prototype we did. We did the same thing for the Ekiti State government in 2025. I think Olaliko oversaw that project. We turned Ekiti State Grammar School, Ekiti State Government College, Ado Ekiti, from being a regular brick and mortar school, we turned it around into becoming a world-class smart school in 30 days. And the governor came, opened it, and Ekiti State will soon start rolling out their own smart schools as well. So the bottom line is that learning has become digitalized. And if you are not digital as a teacher, you're losing ground every single day. And that's why you being here is absolutely important today. So I'm just going to talk you through a short presentation which is titled From Chalkboard to Smart Schools. I don't know if the presentation is ready. Very good. So you're going to be seeing it on the walls around you, from chalkboard to board zone. I'll tell you a bit about WowBe. The word comes from two acronyms. Everything the company does must be wow. If it's not wow, we won't do it. And then the B represents you, black, Africa. We wanted, so it actually means wow black. But if we said we were wow black, Oyinbo people will say we're being racist. Abi? So the idea was, how can black people get a seat at the technology table, at the best table? How can black teachers, how can black people in our offices compete with the best in the world? That's what WowBe is all about. So when you say WowBe, it actually means wow black. It means, are you wow? And you need to ask yourself, are you a wow person? So are you? So I'm dealing with wow teachers here. Am I correct? Good. So the whole idea behind this is to make sure that for WowBe, the first constituency we're interested in is the teacher. The student is secondary to us. Because if the teacher is not wow, it's going to be very difficult for you to have wow students. Yeah? And you as teachers, you are migrants. You are technology migrants. Your students are technology natives. They were born into it. You, most of you, if you're not Gen Z, you are most likely a technology migrant. I'm a migrant. I wasn't born into technology.
but the kids today are technology natives. So in the last 11 years or more that we have done WowBe, we have never had to train a student. And every single day, I repeat, every single day across Africa, at least 2 million students are learning on a WowBe device. I hope you heard what I said. Across Africa, every single school day, at least 2 million kids are learning on a WowBe device. And we have never had to train any of them. But in every single place we have gone, we have had to train the teachers. Did you hear what I said? That product is called the Wow Board, the product in front of you, and that's what you're going to be using for your training everywhere. If I put a 5-year-old kid in front of this board, she'll figure it out in 30 minutes. Every single thing inside it, she'll figure it out. But for you as a teacher, 3 months. Olaleko, my lead trainer is here, so we keep going back for refresher. And in many places, teachers actually resist using technology. Did you hear what I said? No, I have touched a very, very, very delicate place, have you? In many places, teachers refuse, they reject it. I said in many places. I didn't say all. I said in some places. Okay, so they've clarified in some. So I apologize. Am I forgiven? Am I forgiven? So in some places, teachers refuse. And I always close my presentation with a saying. I hope those at the back can hear me. Please wave if you can hear me at the back. I always end my presentations by saying this, and I want you to write it down. Technology is not going to replace the teacher. But a teacher that does not use technology will be replaced. You hear what I said? I'm playing on words. Technology won't replace you as a teacher. But if you don't use technology, you're going to be what? Because the students you're teaching today, from primary school all the way up to tertiary level, they're all technology-led. And the technology to make it happen is already with us. So for me, our very first client in 2015 that drove us into WowBe was actually Covenant University. And in 11 years, Covenant University is using the 4th generation of our products. So anyone who goes to Covenant has been learning with technology for more than 15, 16 years. So it's not surprising that most of the top companies looking to hire in Nigeria go to Covenant University to look for students before they even graduate. And that's been proven by human resource managers who are hiring in the top companies. The next top place that came to us was Babcock University. And then Mountaintop University, all the universities around Lagos. And then we began to cascade down to the secondary schools. Because originally, this product was set up to be used for meeting rooms and boardrooms. That's what it was really for. So when you look on top of it, you probably see there's a camera on top of it. Am I correct? You can see the camera. That camera was set up so that virtual meetings could take place. And so the schools that had that before COVID never had a shutdown during COVID. Because the teacher could stand in front of the board from school and teach the kids at home. Because the cameras were already there and the internet access made it happen. So, from chalkboard to board zone, I'm just going to show slide number 1 is up. And we're going to be looking at a deep dive into the essentials of a digitized 21st century classroom. What should a 21st century classroom look like? What should your classrooms look like? That's basically what I'm going to be talking to you about. So that when you go back, from today, you'll be an advocate for technology in your classroom. Because if it's not there, you're almost going to tell them, give me the right tools that I need. Are we together? So, the objective of our discussion would be, slide number 2, to provide a comprehensive overview of the board zone, its implementation, and its value for Nigerian classrooms, catering to both educators and stakeholders. The next slide. In Wowby, we don't like talking about slides because if I was on the board, Leko, are you there? You just swipe your hand. Are you on the third screen? Yeah, just swipe and then, move to the next slide. So, definitions. The board zone, which is what we call it, the 21st century classroom, for us at Wowby, we call it the board zone. The board zone is a play on words. Board zone means this board, instead of us calling it a board, we changed it into BUDD, which is your body, your friend. It's supposed to be the teacher's enabler, where you can go to, and it's supposed to make the entire vision of what you want to present to your children, to the classroom, to your students, it can come alive on this platform. If you can think it and imagine it, make it happen. The platform is there. Now, what we're also advocating is that learning has now become video-led. You hear what I said? It has become what? Video-led, because from when the child is in pregnancy, the child is already watching a video with the mother. Because most pregnant women, what would they do? They will hold what's this thing called? A tablet or a phone, and they are watching a video or something. So the mother and child have been watching videos and films from before the child was born. That's why you would find that a child at age 1 can operate a tablet. You know that. Am I correct? Before they are 1, they know exactly what to press. They know how to operate your phone better than you before they are 2 years old. Am I correct? In most cases. If you give that to them, they're going to do it. So the idea is to make sure that the kids can learn on a platform that they're already comfortable with. The discomfort is with the teacher. Are we together? So the board zone is a dynamic learning space equipped with interactive educational tools and structured itineraries purposefully designed to empower educators and engage learners by integrating technology resources that enhance collaborative, student-centered learning experiences. Because students who learn interactively learn 8 times better than students that don't. That research has proven that already. Yeah? So the age of stand and deliver has come to an end. Just stand in front of the teachers and the teacher, follow me. No. There's a better way to do it. Yeah? So the board zone, which is what we'll call our 21st century learning space, represents a significant evolution from traditional teaching methods. Unlike the teacher-centered classroom of the past, modern classrooms are dynamic, interactive, and driven by student engagement. I have a son who's 19, and he upsets me a lot because he's always asking me questions. When I was growing up, you don't ask your teacher. Where I grew up, in the 70s and early 80s, the teacher has spoken. There's no time for you to ask and challenge the teacher. How dare you challenge the teacher? If you don't understand it, go and figure it out yourself. Abi? I'm sure those who went to university, that's the same way you still have to go through it. And that has shaped the way in which we do things. But this device in my hand, this phone, coupled with what the MTNs and those telcos are doing, has changed the whole dynamic. Because now information is available that you as the teacher don't even have. So when you are saying you are the authority, the child can pull up data immediately and challenge you. I said that thing you said, sir, can we recheck it again? In fact, for those who are into football, you know that there's something called video assistant. So even the decision of the referee on the pitch is being overturned by somebody in another room. Are we together? And that is the world in which we live. So these classrooms emphasize the use of technology, collaborative learning, and a flexible approach to both physical and virtual learning environments. Can we have the next slide? So, this is just a short journey on how the classroom has evolved over since the 1900s. Pre-1900, no. Can you go to the previous one? Previous slide. Okay, you moved a bit forward. Okay. So the chalkboard classroom isn't dynamic. The board zone, what we're seeing now in the 21st century classroom is that it's dynamic, it's teacher-centered. The old classrooms are teacher-centered. The new ones focus on interactivity, a collaborative learning environment. They are student-centered, and they are flexible. Existing classrooms in most places in Nigeria, it is fixed. It's your marker and chalkboard or your projector. It is teacher-centered. There's limited mobility, and it is a lecture-based learning environment. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the evolution of the classroom technology in Africa. From the 1900s, we had tools like what I learned with. Chalkboard, a slate. I love my slate. Slates, oral teaching, and communal learning. And the focus was on basic literacy, storytelling, and apprentice-based learning. In the 1960s, we moved to chalkboards. We still had chalkboards, printed books, early radio broadcasts in urban areas. And the impact was a Western-style curriculum, technology limited to urban schools. In the 1980s, we started seeing audiovisuals, radios, projectors, and limited TV access. The focus was a broader learning in some urban areas with radio education programs aimed at rural spaces. Next slide, please. We begin to run very quickly, very fast. From the 2000s, we entered into early digital literacy. Basic computers in select schools. The goal was to make basic digital skills limited reach due to infrastructure and funding. From 2010, we began to see the rise of mobile technology and Edtech, which is education technology rise. Between 2020, 2000 and 2010, we began to see mobile phones, SMS-based learning, and internet-enabled devices. So there was a shift. There was increased access to learning apps, SMS education, especially in rural areas. And then today, from 2010 till today, now everybody is talking blended learning, interactive tools post-COVID. We now have tablets, interactive smart boards, and online platforms. And the impact is a blended models grew post-COVID. Government programs have provided devices in some areas. So you are seeing the outlier spaces. Last year, in October, the federal government launched the digitalization of public education project across 36 states and the FCT. They began to give out interactive touchscreens to states. Every state now has 50, and the expectation is that public schools will now begin to use the best technology available. States are now supposed to follow the example of what the federal government has done. And WowBe is driving that project. We're the enablers of that project. Next slide, please. We're rounding up now. So this is what we think a 21st century learning space should be like, the board zone. So we expect that in that space, you should have an interactive touchscreen from WowBe, of course, in front of your room. We will now have all that Microsoft platform, Cisco platform, all the great software that's all out there sitting on the boards for you, the teacher. Our lead facilitator and organizer of the project was saying something about the need for you to get certified on so much stuff. All that certification is so important today because it will make you absolutely unique and more sellable and more relevant in the learning environment. And you are competing with the best in the world. That's the advantage you have. Now, technology has made that possible. My son went to school in Jos. From Lagos, I sent him to Jos. But when he was having challenge with calculus, his teacher in Lagos was doing remote lesson and charging me 30,000 naira per hour. You know what I said? Per what? Per hour. That was cheaper for me than finding a teacher that would charge me $20 an hour. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was much cheaper. And all that teacher needed was to have a device, and he had a device in school, and the two of them were communicating interactively. She would solve, they would solve together and do all of that. What we're saying is that you cannot afford to be left behind. Technology is a tool that is available for you. Use it. And through it, create a unique identity for yourself. So the board zone, I think I'm going to just round up with this one before going on. It blends interactive smart boards with high-speed internet, flexible seating arrangements. We are saying, you know what? Look at, when we live here, you know, the new classroom can be a circle of 20 and the teacher is standing in between. And the WowB board, because it has a roller on it, the teacher can stand in between in the middle of the class and they sit in a semicircle. The next teacher can come and it will be a square. The next teacher can come and he says, I want to do front of class. What it means is that the classroom has become what? Flexible. There's no one style anymore. And you want the students to engage with you with regard to your content. Please, as a teacher, you have to become a content creator. Did you hear what I said? You have to become what? Because it's your content that your students are going to consume. And if you want to keep on wowing the kids in the classroom, you've got to have the most exciting video that can teach that concept. Add it with your own voice. Create something that makes it your own. And what we have always found in our top schools is that the kids can't wait to come to the next class because the teacher is going to do something to wow them again. I hope you understand what I'm saying. And so you have your students who can swear by you. So you need to be in a tech-enabled space that supports collaborative and independent learning, fostering engagement and digital readiness for students. So the hardware can be the board, your tablet devices, your teacher's workstation, your teacher's device, CCTV, internet access. All of that coming together creates an very, very explosive learning environment. But the content is dependent on what you bring to the classroom. I hope you heard what I said. The content is you and what you want them to experience. Next slide as we conclude, because our next speaker is here. So these are all the parts that make up the board zone: interactive display, teacher training, which is what you have come here for. Absolutely critical. Internet access, flexible class layout, digital curriculum plus e-library, learning apps. So you must be able to take any RDC certified material, whatever material you have, create something extraordinary for the kids. Next slide quickly, please. The 6 C's of 21st century learning, you already know that, so I'm not going to go into that. Next slide. So we've changed the landscape. By the time you are done in this space, I expect each one of you to be a wow teacher. Are we together? Yeah? When you get back home next week, it's going to be wow. Yeah? Next and final slide, I think. No, I'm not going to a case study today of a school that we did. You can just flip it. So we did a school in Agege, and we turned it around into something extraordinary. Next slide. Next slide. I think next. Next. We'll share the material with you, don't worry. So, together, we're going to keep Nigeria and Africa on top in terms of digital learning. Are we together in that regard? Thank you very much and have a great show.
Thank you. Yeah. What did you call it? Is it wow teacher? What did you say? You are branding our teachers. You want to be branded? You like it? Just a second. I just need to. I'm sorry. So, here, one of the reasons why we are in this place, we have classrooms that we want you to actually touch these smart boards. It's very painful, to go to schools and you see it abandoned. They're very expensive, but you're not making good use of them. So while you are here, that's why I want to go to various classrooms. Please tell them they should teach you how to use it. Okay? If there's anything you're going to take out of this place, is how to use a smart board in the class. Make sure these 2 days, if you can't do today, once you get to your class and you see them in all the classrooms, they will come there, just say, please, I want to learn how to use this board. I want to learn how to use this board. Okay, I'm trying to, I've taken over the role of moderator. So I'm trying to get just give me a second, please. Ooh. Okay, I found it. Sorry about that. Who noticed when our girl top came in? Who noticed it? Who noticed her? Our madam is here. You know what I'm talking about? How did they say it in the Delta State? Now our mama be this, we not get another one, no. So we're very happy to have welcome our Registrar, Chief Executive of Teachers Registrar Council of Nigeria, Dr. Aderonke Soyombo. Please, ma. Please, you may come. Dr. Soyombo is an accomplished educationist, a business lawyer, a prolific writer, and a Microsoft certified professional with over 30 years teaching experience. You sit down. In Nigeria and the UK, where she has earned a name for herself as a stickler for high standards and quality performance. She was first appointed the first Director General of the Lagos State Education Quality Assurance, a position she retained in the administration of 2 consecutive governors after Governor Fashola up till 2019. In this posting, she led the group that wrote the evaluation schedule for the Federal Ministry of Education in Abuja. In August 2019, she became the special advisor to the Ogun State Governor on education, where she led three education agencies for a period of 16 months before substantive heads were appointed. During her tenure, she introduced a number of brilliant intervention schemes, such as Ogun DigiClass, a virtual learning engagement for learners during COVID, which Ogun State was the first to start. Ogun State again. Ogun State again. Onboarding of teachers to an enclosed platform known as Microsoft 365, introduction of e-lesson notes, where lessons were planned and used in the classroom. Dr. Soyombo was appointed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the substantive registrar and chief executive of Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, TRCN, on 9th May 2025. Deputy Secretary General of African Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authority. She's a highly respected figure in the political and social sphere, known for her strategic vision, collaborative approach, and unwavering commitment to women's rights. Her work has positively impacted countless women's lives, inspiring a new generation of female leaders and change makers. Dr. Dr. Soyombo is a family-oriented woman, blessed with a lovely husband and wonderful children. Please help me to welcome Dr. Soyombo to give us our own contribution.
Thank you very much. Distinguished personality in the house, I respectfully greet everybody. Good afternoon. The greatest and the greatest and the greatest Nigerian teachers, yo. The greatest and the greatest. Would you not stand? Let us stand up. You've been sitting down for so long. The greatest and the greatest and the greatest Nigerian teachers. Well done. Let's clap for ourselves. We're in the best profession, whether anybody likes it or not. You may take your seats, colleagues. Thank you so much for that. I just needed you to do a bit of exercise. You've been sitting down for so long. And that's the first thing we teach our children, that as a teacher, you don't allow a child to sit for more than 2.5 times their age. If a child is 5 years of age, they don't sit to listen to us for more than 12.5 minutes. Do we understand that? Because when you go to churches and everybody is talking, the minister is busy actually talking for another 1.5 hours. You get into your car, you never remember the message. But that minister that preaches only for 30 minutes, you would always remember. So it's very important not to sit down for too long. But before I start, can I just say a wonderful thank you to Mrs. Augusto. Thank you so much, Ma. And thank you so much for what you do in education. Walby has left, but at the same time, I greet him so much. Distinguished Chairman, Mr. Fola Adeola, in absentia, the visionary leadership and team of the ReadManna Empowerment Initiative. Please, can I just apologize as well for coming late? Because we've left home since 6:30, but you know what flights are like at the moment. So we did, our flights was changed and canceled and everything. So we had to stay in the airport. So please forgive us because I just came straight from Abuja. So am I forgiven, teachers? Thank you, because people that know me will know that Ronke will never come late. So please have mercy on me. Our innovative commissioners that have left, industry leaders, brilliant Edtech innovators, school administrators, and most importantly, the heartbeat of our educational system. Our dedicated teachers, joining us both physically and virtually from across the globe. Good afternoon. It is both a great honor and a profound privilege to stand before you today at the 4th Digital Educators Conference and Exhibition. We gather in this magnificent edifice, the EcoBank Pan-African Center, not merely to talk about the future of education, but to actively engineer it. The theme, Building Edtech Capacity for Educators, for this year's conference speaks directly to the core mandate of the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. And acknowledging a stark, undeniable reality, technology is no longer a peripheral accessory to teaching. It is the infrastructure upon which modern learning is built. For too long, conversations around educational technology in Nigeria and across Africa have started and stopped at hardware getting devices into classrooms, laying fiber optic cables, and connecting schools to the internet. While hardware and connectivity are critical foundations, I know they're important. We have often overlooked the most vital component of the technological equation, the human element. A technologically advanced classroom in the hands of an unprepared or digitally uninitiated educator is merely a room full of expensive distractions. I remember when I was interviewed long ago, and somebody asked me that, tell us why Okmoimo did not flourish in Osun State. And I said the only thing that was missing in Okmoimo had very good intentions. It was meant for children, but there was no provision, not enough provision for our teachers. So you cannot use anything if we don't start from teachers. Teachers are very, very vital in all these things because you can buy so many hardwares. Thank you, colleagues. You can buy so many hardwares. You can have a lot of computer. You can have interactive whiteboard. You can have all these wonderful resources. If we do not completely shut the door and say, let's do good training for our teachers, we will be missing it. And colleagues in the house, I'm challenging each and every one of us in the house today. If schools are not training, you train yourself. Because you need to also move forward in the career. Don't wait for your school. Because for the 21st century teacher to really flourish, you need to be able to speak the language that the alpha generation child understands. In our days, our teachers will stand in front of us and say 2 + 2, Kimwe. In our days, our teachers will stand in front and say 2 + 2, Kimso. Sorry if you're not from Ijebu, go and find that. And Google it. Should I repeat that? 2 + 2, Kimwe. 2 + 2. You see, you are learning already. But that teacher has limited learning. Because the only thing we can remember is what that teacher understands. And what do we call that in education? Myopic learning. Because you have restricted the learning of the children to just what you know. But these days, we have moved away from teaching and learning. We have moved into learning and teaching. Every child needs to be empowered to take ownership of learning. And for them to take ownership of learning, you've got to understand their language. You are teaching in a particular, maybe in, let me say in the north. You're teaching in Kaduna, but you don't understand the language there. You'll be left alone. And the same thing applies to the 21st century child. They're very different from your generation and my generation. In our generation, teachers will tell us, sit down there, and we sit. If you tell the 21st century child, the alpha generation child, sit down there, they say, sir, why? Because with the alpha generation child, you cannot talk to that child without saying the reason behind what you are saying. The alpha generation child cannot sit still for too long. And that's where I started from. If you take your own biological children out, after 2 hours or after 1 hour, they start coming to you in the corner. Mom, I'm what? I'm bored. I'm glad. Can we all clap for ourselves? These are 21st century teachers. And so, education can no more be static. The way we teach can no more be what we were using in those days because it cannot work. If you see a teacher still standing and just dishing it out, you listen to me, and when you listen to me, you copy down the answer, you copy down everything on the board. Your children are not going to they're not going to go beyond what you know. And that is doing a lot of disservice to the 21st century child. Because what we are looking out for is, we're not looking for children for 9 to 5 jobs anymore. We're looking for lifelong learners. And for them to become lifelong learners, they've got to be empowered to take ownership of their learning. And never forget your 4 C's. Because anywhere I speak, I talk about my 4 C's. What's the first one? There must be good communication. Allow our children to communicate, because I'll go into the digital side of things. But at the same time, those 4 critical 21st century skills are very, very vital before you even use all this ICT equipment. Allow children to communicate. When they talk to each other, it makes them to have confidence. You have those 3 children in your classes. You have the very gifted and talented children. You have the less able children. You've got the middle ability children. They never put up their hands when you ask questions. They don't disturb you. They are very passive in their learning. They don't want anybody to just come near them. They will never put up their hands because they lack confidence. But it's not that they don't understand. And so when I tell you, I want to ask a question, I need you to speak with your partner. What am I doing? I am making everybody to develop confidence. So allow children to communicate at all times. I've been to some schools when I was the DG in Lagos State here. And some people will tell me that Ronke people, and these children, they're not writing well. They won't write if you don't allow them to speak. Because when they talk to each other, right, everybody, it's so wonderful to have all of you here today. However, I've just come back from holiday and I'm speaking to Mrs. Akusto here. We're busy narrating what happened during the holiday. When you tell me to write it down, I'll remember. And that's because we have spoken about it. So speaking and listening should be your priority as a teacher for 21st century child. Let them talk about it. The more they talk about it, the more they actually work in groups, the better profound knowledge that they have. Because if we're keeping those classes that, oh, my class must be very quiet. Oh, my proprietress, she loves me because my class is always quiet. Your proprietress is actually digging your grave as a teacher. The fact that your class is quiet does not mean there's good learning going on there. So there must be communication. What's the next C? Collaboration. Allow our children to collaborate. In every classroom, there are 3 families. As I said, you've got that very gifted and talented children. You've got that middle ability child. You've got the less able child. But the less able child might be the most talented child. Don't forget. Because in every class, there are angels. If you're not careful, because that child would always play tantrums, nobody cares for the child, nobody talks to the child, because that child is wayward. And everybody keeps on neglecting him. I don't want to talk to you because you're a very bad boy in the class. And that bad boy, may be your best sprinter. Look out for what is the best in that child and congratulate him. Son, I'm so proud of you. You actually played that football so well. And what you're doing now, what can we do to actually bring that into your maths and literacy as well? How can we improve? Allow the children to communicate with you. Let that child see you as a confidant. Let there be relationship between you and your child. By so doing, that child will start opening up because you're already praising. Because the problem we have in Nigeria, what's the problem? We need to unveil that particular blame culture. Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is this. Nigeria is that. Be careful. A man came to London when I was still in England. Sonny Okosu, I'm sure that was his name. And he came with Ebenezer Obi at an event. And he said, I'm coming from the best country. He said, if you feel that country is the best, it will continue to be the best for you. If you feel that country is a washout, it will continue to be a washout for you. And I picked on that one that day. That Nigeria will be the best for me. And since I came back, Nigeria has never been bad. So please, you look into yourself. What are you going to do to actually create the best Nigeria? And what are you going to do? Let's go back to your class. What are you going to do to be the best teacher? Because in all things, you can stand out of the crowd. And I see teachers here that will stand out of the crowd by the grace of God. So you can place the most sophisticated tablet, the fastest laptop, or the most advanced artificial intelligence learning management system in a classroom. But if the educator, that's the teacher standing at the front of that room or facilitating behind the screen, lacks the capacity, confidence, and pedagogical framework to leverage that tool, the technology remains dead capital. How many C's did I say? But how many have I given? So what's the first one? Second one. Allow your children to collaborate. What's the third one? I'm loving this. I'm in Lagos. Good afternoon, Lagos. Critical thinking. Allow our children to have inquiry-based minds. You can look out for inquiry-based questions. Enough of you and I saying, what is your name? My name is Aderonke Soyombo. It doesn't add value to me. That is close question. But when you say, would you like to talk to me about your name? That means it is an open-ended question. I have to think of my audience. What can I tell them? How can I tell them? And ladies and gentlemen, because of the time, we may not have time to go into critical thinking. But please, use Bloom's taxonomy very well. Bloom's is very, very good. That's BLOOMS. And the second name is TAXONOMY. Bloom's taxonomy. Never play with it. Because the more your children are able to use good open-ended questions, they can never be scared of any examination. And what's the last C? Creativity. Creativity. Let me make that man to be Mr. Soyombo for today. And this man has come home. Daddy, you're welcome back, sir. Your eba is on the table. He comes again on a Tuesday from work. Hi, darling. Your eba is on the table. He comes again on Wednesday. What do you say? On Thursday. On Friday. And I'm sure Mrs. Augusto is actually a pastor. You now start looking for pastor, my husband is dating another woman. If you were a man, would you not go and look for a better woman? What is missing in the house? Creativity. The same thing applies to a lot of classrooms. A lot of classrooms are like that. You dish out the same thing every time. And children are tired and sick of what we are teaching them. Do you know if you're teaching in early years and your child after 2 weeks is still crying, Mom, I need to follow you. I don't want to stay. What is that saying to you? You're crap as a teacher. Forgive me now. Mrs. Augusto brought me all the way from Abuja to come and speak the truth. Because if that child is still crying after 2 weeks in your classroom, something is wrong with your teaching and learning. Something is wrong with your delivery. And so you and I, we've got to look at how can we be more creative. Bring in a lot of creativity into your lessons. It doesn't have to be business as usual every time. Because sometimes some of these children are tired and sick. I'm sure you and I did that. Can you remember some of the teachers when they're coming and we start kissing our teeth? That teacher is coming again. What's she coming to teach again? I'm sure you did that. Yeah, I can see the man with the red tie. You and I, we were in the same class and we did that, yeah. So in order for children not to be bored, there has to be a lot of creativity. Change your styles of teaching. It doesn't have to be the same thing every time. There are so many ways you can deliver lessons. And that's why what teachers are doing now, there's a lot of collaborative planning, lesson planning with teachers now. Because what Mr. A is good at, Mrs. B might be better than that person. And when you collaborate, you actually plan lesson. And this is not a time where we can say, oh, it's all about me. It's not about you, it's about the children of the 21st century. We need to open up a bit. Let's remove that Nigerian setup where all of us are busy ordering our things. I don't want this one to see my level, my skills. I don't want that one to see my skills. Abba, you're not likely to actually grow as a leader. Who is a leader? Somebody that does what? That develops other leaders. If you're a leader, ask yourself, how many people have I developed in education? A leader is somebody that can develop other leaders. Now, let me go back to my speech. Our children today, the alpha generation children, as I said, they are digital natives. They speak the language of the internet. To connect with them, our teachers must transition from rigid teacher-centered methodologies to vibrant, learner-centered engagement. So building Edtech capacity means moving our teachers past mere digital literacy, knowing how to turn on a device or check an email into digital fluency. And I'm sure for people that have just sat for TRCN exam, you will see that I joined TRCN about 400 days ago. But before I joined, TRCN was actually examining people in 23 subjects. And I worked with my colleagues. I said, how is that going to impact on the child in class? My sister that is seated in front, if you test the two of us in 23 subjects, if you're not telling us to actually do it as multiple choice questions, we're likely to fail. No matter how brilliant you are, you can't read 23 subjects. And how impactful is that on the Nigerian child? And so, today I have one of my directors, the zonal director for Southwest region. He's all the way from here, all the way from Abeokuta. Please stand up. Let's recognize you. Mr. Akimotu. Thank you, Miss It. So I call all of them and I said, this is not going to work. Our children are not going to move forward. And what is paying our salary in Nigeria is because of the Nigerian child. And so we looked at ourselves that what do we actually need? That was how we narrowed ourselves down to 5 subjects. For people that have just sat for exam, you will see that we do foundational literacy now because everybody has got to understand the basic literacy skills. If you don't understand the basic literacy skills, what are you teaching our children? And the second one is which one? Foundational mathematics. Oh, people here have done TRCN for so long, so you don't know. Foundational mathematics. And the third one is digital literacy. You cannot speak the language the child does not understand. Number 4 is what? Pedagogy. Because no matter how brilliant you are, you can be a first-class graduate, it doesn't make you the best teacher. You've got to know how to break it down to suit the needs of every child. I've mentioned different families here. I've mentioned children that are very gifted and talented. How do you extend learning? Because sometimes they are the ones that will trouble you in classes. They are the ones that will play tantrums in your class because you have not challenged them. How do you break down this lesson to suit the needs of the less able children? So we do pedagogy. And the last but not the least is safeguarding. Because if you know those 5 areas very well, conveniently you can pass our exam. And now is the time from the press release of last year. By the end of this year now, I want to thank all the people that have been coming for our examination. You will see that by the end of this year, we expect every school in Nigeria, particularly those ones sitting for WAEC and NECO, to make sure 75% of your teachers actually pass TRCN. And by next year, no teacher will be in classes. By December, particularly after election, you won't be in class again without your license. Is that all right? Under the renewed hope agenda. Ronke didn't say that. But at the same time, the question in your heart will be, Ronke, I'm a graduate, but I'm not. Can we have one house? Oh, nse noro mi wa, emi komo rora mi o. Lábẹ́ igi, òrombó. Inú wa dùn, ara wa yá. Lábẹ́ igi, òrombó. How come you're not teaching our children all that now? They're not streetwise at all. Thank you, colleagues. But the key thing is, I'm sure the question pounding your heart will be, Ronke, but I don't have education degree. Put your mind at rest. Dr. Tunji Alausa is one of the best innovative ministers in Nigeria at the moment. And what we have done together as of yesterday night, the meeting we had, and that was why I couldn't join Mrs. Augusto yesterday evening, because we did not finish that meeting until about 6:30. And what we did yesterday night to finalize was we're coming out with accelerated teacher professionalization pathway. Accelerated teacher professionalization pathway. If you're not an educationist, but you have been teaching for about a year or two in a reputable school, you will be entitled to actually apply for this course. It's going to be 6 months program, and you have your PDE or PGDE. So TRCN will be working with NTI in Kaduna, but you know there's NTI in every state. So that's something that Dr. Tunji Alausa is bringing out. And hopefully, before the second week of September, we should be able to kickstart, because we are finished finally, and we're going to be bringing that out. So by the time you do that for 6 months, I'm sure you'll be able to sit for May Diet. And can I also say that on our website, that's www.trcn.gov.ng. I'll say that again, www.trcn.gov.ng. We have everything that you need for this forthcoming examination. When you click on it, go to /resources. Resources on all those 5 key areas that I've mentioned. Because NAPS, for example, NAPS is one of the very, very active association in Lagos here. And they've been training their teachers in these 5 key areas. In fact, we saw some of the NAPS chairmen coming to sit for exam. So that's to tell you that everybody is very, very clued up with this now, because they know where we are going. You will not allow a doctor without license to actually give you injection or to treat you in the hospital. So why do we allow teachers without licenses coming to treat us? So now is a time that Nigeria is professionalizing teaching as a career, because we give back to doctors, we give back to lawyers, and we give back to what? Engineers. So why are we being treated? Why are we being relegated? We're moving forward, and we're going to be at the top. Education is taking its place now. And the other thing is, you will see that for the first time ever, the only profession that we took to Aso Rock was educationists. We took our best teachers from all the 6 geopolitical zones. We had two teachers from every geopolitical zone, and they were actually taking, and we had about 400 teachers at Aso Rock in January, where I think somebody from Ogun State came first, and with that, he went home with 50 million naira. He went home with a car, and he went home with a house. So that's to tell you that something great is happening in education. And for all of you seated here, if you know you're a teacher that really stand out, never forget to go online to trcn.gov.ng and put in for Maltina Teachers. Maltina Teachers is also coming up at the moment. So we're looking forward to having more Global Teachers Award, because teachers are doing so well, and we want to celebrate teachers. We want to raise the profile of teachers. So, systemic challenges remain, whether we like it or not. Capacity building cannot be a one-off workshop. So I'm imploring all school owners that are here to do a lot of, to work very well with Mrs. Augusto, because we can do a lot on capacity building. We must be very intentional about it. It must be continuous, and it must be institutionalized. So to truly build Edtech capacity in alignment with national education standards and professionalize and professional excellence, our approach is structured around the following core pillars. Number 1, there must be continuous professional development as a standard. We have teacher standard for Nigeria, but TRCN is reviewing that to come up with a better teacher standard, because a lot has come into change. A lot has changed now, and we need to actually review and revamp the teacher standard and the code of conduct for Nigerian teachers. So Edtech evolves at breakneck speed. Capacity building cannot be a luxury or an afterthought. It must be tied to the continuous evolution of teaching profession. And so what is TRCN doing about MCPD? That is the mandatory continuous professional development. We're going to have 1 day, because this is the only agency that every accredited trainer registers with in order to actually train teachers in all schools. Because this is a time where we're saying no to trainers going to our schools, because you've got to give us what we need and not what you know. The last PQE exam that we did that was in May, between 14th and 16th of May, we realized that there is a shortfall in Nigeria at the moment, and that is in mathematics. Mathematics is very, very low at the moment in every state. Lagos State, you came second out of all the 37 states. So well done, Lagos. So, in all honesty, we must synergize regulation with innovation. No single stakeholder can do this alone. We need robust synergy between policymakers, which I represent today, regulatory bodies, pioneering financial institutions like GTBank, tech innovators, and civil society initiatives like ReadManna to create localized solutions that reflect our cultural and infrastructural realities. As TRCN drives digital transformation through online portals, automated registration system, you can see that conveniently now in your room, you can actually get everything done. You can get your PQE registered. You don't need to go to anybody to take money from you. Some people have told us that they went to some places and they said they should pay 35,000 for processing. Please process it yourself in the house. You don't need anybody to support you. So to our esteemed educators here today, do not be intimidated by the pace of technological change. You are the architect of human potential. Technology will never replace a great teacher, but a teacher equipped with technology will undoubtedly transform the world. Embrace this innovation with curiosity and courage. To our policymakers and industry leaders, let us continue to break down barriers. Let us invest heavily in teacher training, subsidize digital tools, and create an enabling regulatory environment where Edtech innovations can thrive and scale sustainably across public and private schools alike. To ReadManna Empowerment Initiative, thank you so much for consistently creating this premier national platform that bridges the gap between vision and execution. Let's clap for them. So as we engage in all these wonderful exhibition and master classes lined up, which you have done today, let us move beyond inspiration into action. Nigerians, enough of talking. We talk so much, but we don't act. So let's commit to building an army of tech-empowered educators who will unlock the boundless potential of the Nigerian child. I must not stop without saying that at the moment, there is so much going on. But at the same time, this is a time where you cannot become a pedophile and be going around our schools. When I came into the country, in the school that they brought me to, I realized that the people, one person that I was working with will not be able to pass CRB in England, and that is a criminal record check. But today, we've had, I've worked in Lagos, I've worked in Ogun State, before going to Abuja, and we keep on moving our pedophiles from one school to the other. But this is a time where TRCN is saying we're putting an end to that. Because at the moment, TRCN is working with the Inspector General of Police to make sure that we have a criminal record database. And should you have a criminal record that has to do with sexual abuse, you will not be able to work in any of our schools. But I'm sure we don't have anybody like that here today. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to finish by saying thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your dedication. Another thing, before you clap, another thing, we're part of AFTRA, as my sister read, and that is the African Teaching Regulatory Authority. And also, I have good news for you that for the first time, Nigeria is also part of IFTRA. IFTRA is International Forum of Teaching Regulatory Authority. We have UK, we have Australia, and what we're working towards at the moment is your license can make you to work in any of these countries. So I want to thank you all for your time, your dedication, and your commitment to the future of education. I wish you a most insightful and impactful conference. Once again, thank you and God bless.
Patiently for you. Last question. Questions? No, they want their laptop. Well, we have 10 laptops to give out. We've given out how many? So, all our guests, we just invite them to pick. You shake it and I don't know anything about this. So
do you want me to shake well?
And they are praying.
Miss Oke Boluwaji Comfort. All the way from Ogun State. Okay, Mosa, Ministry of Education. Let's continue clapping. That's the state I have come from. Oh, this is really awesome. Well done. Well done. Your children are going to be very, very happy about this.
Hello, can you hear me? You know, we said it's a practical conference, right? We've had lunch, right? So what you're going to do is that we're going to go to our different classes. The teachers have been waiting. Oh, a picture. Just a second, please, man. So if you are interested in Microsoft Certified Educator, please stand up. You are just going to go to the classroom. You see the classroom, by where you queued to eat to take the breakfast. There are 2 classrooms there. Microsoft Certified. Please go in there. I'll meet you there now. Others, please sit down. Just Microsoft Certified Educator, please. Another one is still there. Okay. If you go to the end of that, you see classrooms behind like this. You see